To order, and let me direct the committee secretary to acknowledge the resource persons for today.
Good morning, Your Honors. For today's public hearing on House Bill number 11360, we have the following resource persons. From the Department of Finance, we have Director Maria Carla L. Espinosa. From BIR, we have Attorney Tobias Gavin Arcilia. From NTRC, we have Ms. Maria Burley Limon Amburao. From NTA, we have Attorney Robert A. Ambrose and Mr. Saturnino Distor. From the Department of Health, we have Assistant Secretary Dr. Gloria J. Balboa, Dr. Dominic Madumba, and Attorney Paulo Teston from the FDA. From the DTI, we have Assistant Secretary Marcos N. Valdez II. From Department of Justice, we have State Counsel Attorney Carla Isabela Nitura Kalugay. From PTI, we have Mr. Jericho Jonas Nograles and Mr. Rohan Pike. From Philip Morris, we have Mr. Hais De Best and Attorney Carmen Erce. From Las Verdes, Higar, we have Mr. Andrew Lee. From Universal Leaf Philippines Incorporated, we have Mr. Winston Uy. From Indigo Distribution Corporation, we have Mr. Wally S. Chamsay. From Philippine E-Cigarette Industry Association, we have Mr. Joey Dulay and Dr. Lorenzo Mata. From Action for Economic Reforms, we have Mr. Adolfo Jose Montesa and Samuel C. Madriaga from the Alliance of Public Health Advocates. We also have Dr. Anthony Liachon, Dr. Antonio L. Dance, Dr. Anton Javier from SIATCA, and we have Attorney Fatima Laperal from Health Justice Philippines. From Social Watch Philippines, we have Ms. Riza Duro. From Nicotine Consumers Union of the Philippines, we have Mr. Anton Israel. From the World Health Organization, we have Dr. Yun Yong Ko. From One Tech Ventures, we have Mr. Thomson D. From Aerogene Consumer Electronics Trading Corporation, we have Mr. Robe Principe. That will be all, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Comsec. And just as an opening statement and also a brief backgrounder on the reasons on why we are tackling this House bill. This is House Bill number 11360. Just as a brief history, we conducted 3 hearings on slide 2 on illicit trade. This is on January 9, January 22, and April 2. April 2 particularly focused on the prosecution aspect on combating illicit trade. And with these 3 hearings, I would like to direct the committee secretary to insert into the records the discussions and the presentations during the 3 hearings that were conducted so that it will form part of this public hearing. And during those 3 hearings, we came up with recommendations to curb illicit trade. And let me just flash this. These are the 13 recommendations that we gave various agencies, including the DOF, enforcement agencies, and attached agencies of government. Please take note of number 4 and number 5, because during those hearings, we also detected that because of the huge difference between nicotine salt as well as free-base products, we are seeing technical smuggling happening in our country because it's very cheap, or it's cheaper to import free-base, almost 10 times cheaper. And because of that, we have seen an increase in uptake of vape products by the younger group or the younger segment of our population, particularly the adolescents. So that's why part of our recommendations is to impose a single tax rate on vapor products, meaning free-base and nicotine salt, and also impose ad valorem on vaping device. This is a global practice. In fact, I remember, I think one of our resource persons mentioned that the Philippines is the only country in the whole world imposing a two-tier tax system on vape products. No? In fact, our team also reviewed, we are indeed the only country in the whole world. No? So to eliminate that arbitrage, so to speak, we will propose to come up with a single tax rate on vapor products and impose ad valorem on devices, no? So that we can curb the increase or hopefully eliminate the increase in the use of vape products among adolescents. We also recommended, on the next slide, how to enhance prosecution rates. There. Can you remove that? Ano, meron kasing... Yeah. Can you remove that? Ano? How do you remove that? Anyways, we'll provide everyone a copy of this, but we also recommended some solutions on how to improve prosecution of cases being filed. And I'll give credit where credit is due. Our enforcement agencies have been working tirelessly to apprehend smuggling and illegal cigarettes in our country. However, if we don't prosecute them, then nothing's going to happen. And during the April 2 hearing, I'll just show you on the slide, that's the last slide. Hindi makita eh. Anyways, maybe you can just look at the screen in front. For BOC, out of the 1,296 seizures, only 2 convictions happened. For the BIR, out of the 1,785 seizures, only 1 conviction happened. So, for BOC, that's about 0.5%, 0.15% of all seizures were convicted. I apologize because there's a message on the screen. For the BIR, it's 0.06% out of the 1,636 seizures. So in other words, we are enforcing. The enforcement agencies are apprehending. They're doing their intelligence work there. Yan. But in terms of prosecution and actually winning the cases, we're very far off from winning cases. So in other words, there's no certainty of prosecution. If there's no certainty of prosecution, people will not be afraid of getting penalized or being imposed with penalties when they smuggle cigarettes in our country. So with that, I'll go back to slide 3. Because of the findings of the findings during the 3 hearings, we would like to focus today on item number 4 and item number 5, which is to impose single tax rate on all vapor products and impose ad valorem tax on vaping devices. The reason for that is we don't believe that curbing illicit trade, or we don't believe that the solution to curbing illicit trade will come from the reduction in taxes. We don't believe in that. We believe in strengthening the enforcement agencies, coming up with new mechanisms such as incentives for our enforcement agencies in order to curb illicit trade in our country. What is very prevalent right now is smuggling of vaping products, and that's already filtering all the way down to our adolescent population. So today we would like to focus on these vaping products because the arbitrage is creating a lot of disincentive or a lot of problems insofar as our adolescent population is concerned. So, and just as a matter of procedure, I read this morning the press release of the group Syntax Coalition. As a matter of procedure, all taxes emanate from the lower house. So in other words, we cannot tackle any tax measure if it doesn't come from the lower house. That's in our constitution, and that's the procedure. And the only measure that that discusses vape products is House Bill number 11360. No, this is the only measure that discusses the increase in taxation in vaping products. So as a matter of procedure, we will tackle this so that we can tackle the vaping products or the taxation of vaping products. This committee will not tackle the provisions related to cigarettes. Let me just be clear on that from the onset. Because our findings, let me repeat, our findings during the 3 hearings is that the solution to curb illicit trade will not come from reduction of taxes. That is our finding. It will come from strengthening our enforcement. It will come from giving incentives to our enforcement agencies and also mobilizing our LGUs, as well as, of course, winning the cases. Without winning the cases, then nothing's going to happen. So with that, we'd like to focus on, focus on the vaping products right now. I also read in the news that how come there's no one who filed legislation pertaining to vaping products in the Senate. We are on recess right now. So even though we filed that bill, it will not be referred to this committee. Hence, we will not have any way of tackling increase of taxation in vaping products. This is the only measure right now in the committee that deals with taxation of vaping products. So this is the ruling of the chair for today, and we would like to focus on the vaping products aspect of this bill, and we would like to start off with the Department of Finance, because I remember during the hearings, the Department of Finance is inclined or supports the increase of taxes of vaping products and to put them at parity because of the technical smuggling that is happening in our country. So we would like to hear Director Carla Espinosa regarding their comments on the vaping products.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and to the honorable members and guests of this committee. We confirm, the Department of Finance confirms the recall of the honorable chair. The DOF indeed supports a unitary specific tax rate for all vapor products. This is to improve efficiency in tax collections and to encourage increased tax compliance. However, we defer to the Congress on the specific excise tax rate. We begin with that, Mr. Chair.
Do you have at least any suggestion or any idea on what specific tax rate we should be imposing on? I believe that it should not be lower.
It should not be lower.
That's number one. But on a specific tax rate, do you have any recommendation on what tax rate we should be imposing vape products?
None at the moment, Mr. Chair. For now, we defer to Congress on the specific excise tax rate, but the department is ready to provide data needed to arrive at this specific excise tax rate for vape products.
To the DOF, it will be helpful if the DOF will have their own analysis. I believe that this will increase revenue for the country because we will eliminate technical smuggling. The dual achievement of health aspect and revenue aspect can be achieved with this increasing at parity for freebase and for nicotine salt. But we would like to get more details on that. Like, for example, how much additional revenue can we generate from this unitary tax rate? How much reduction in illicit trade in vape products can we achieve with this tax rate? So we'd like to go deeper into that. so that we can complete our analysis. Our recommendation from the DOF will be highly appreciated.
Noted, Mr. Chair.
We'd like to get comments from NTRC.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We defer to the DOF's position with regards to the unitary tax rate for the vape products. We would like to emphasize that the critical role of enforcement with regards to the proposal. While the with the proposal such as effective monitoring and the regulation of removals of vape products, and we would like to point out that at present the excise tax for conventional freebase or classic nicotine with the proposal of HB 11360 will approximately increase by 7 to 9 times the existing rate, sir. That will be all, sir.
Do you have any revenue projection for that?
At present, sir, we do not have, but currently we are preparing a study of the comparative excise taxation on ASEAN member states. Once we finalize the study, we can provide you, sir, with a copy.
All right. Thank you for that. I'd like to call on the BIR. We'll start off with the government institutions and then later on the private sector.
Good morning, Senator Gatchalian, Mr. Chair. We share the same position, and today we filed manifestation from the Office of the Commissioner, a comment from the Office of the Commissioner. Basically, I understand this might not be the subject of today's hearing because you have categorically stated on that the focus of this hearing will be on the vapor products. But we stated our comments on the lowering of the rate on heated tobacco products or non-parity of rates between heated tobacco products and cigarette products. We wish to maintain that cigarette products and same rate, Your Honors. But with regard to the vapor products, we share the same observation of the Department of Finance that it should not be lower than traditional tobacco, but in fact propose that it should be higher because one vapor product is not the same as consumption of one pack of cigarette. One pack of cigarette can be consumed in 300 puffs. The market shows that the lowest number of puffs you can consume one vape product is 600 puffs, as per their representation also in their labeling. So there's a non-parity in the from a revenue perspective. The revenue agency will be or the government will be losing a lot based on the consumption of these products because these products will be consumed at a longer time than one cigarette product, Your Honor.
Thank you. I have some questions related to to BIR and to the other government agencies, but I'll reserve that later on so we can hear the comments.
Yeah, Your Honor, we can also make comments regarding the enforcement later on. More particular, I have seen the recommendations. I suggest that we create a body on the illicit trade task force, which we have started since the term of Commissioner Lumagi. We have started this illicit trade task force as part of his project, but of course we are waiting for it to get support and funding from the agency.
Thank you for that. We'll call on the DTI, who's the regulator of vape products in our country.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. The TTI position is still being finalized, Mr. Chair. However, in general, Mr. Chair, we defer to the wisdom of Congress as well as the expertise of the DOF, the BIR, and the NTRC on the tax rates. But we do support the proposal of a unitary tax rate for salt nic and free-base nicotine, as well as we do also support the proposal to increase the tax rates. However, we're taking a different position as to the parity, Mr. Chair, that we're proposing that the excise tax on vape products should be lower if the purpose is to instill health consciousness to the public. But again, Mr. Chair, we defer to the wisdom of Congress as well as the experts on the tax rates.
Thank you for that manifestation. I'd like to ask the DTI, how many free-base products have registered with the DTI?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right now we have 14 brands of free-base vape products registered with the DTI. There are ongoing applications for 164 more brands also free-base, Mr. Chair.
How about for nicotine salt?
We have we have not issued any license for nicotine salt, as well as ongoing applications.
So zero license for nicotine salt.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I asked my staff to go to the market and look for nicotine salt, and here, nicotine salt is available in the market right now. Sinasabi niyo sa amin walang nag-register,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
pero merong available in the market.
Yes, Mr. Chair. With our suspensions last year, we have seen the reduction of illicit vape products from September to February. However, as of late February to date, there's again an uptick on the illicit products in the market. So right now, what we're doing is we're finalizing administrative complaints as well as criminal complaints against the retailers this time, Mr. Chair.
So is this a clear indication that technical smuggling is happening in our country?
I agree, Mr. Chair.
So dahil mas mura ng 10 times ang free base,
May I
so
also
people
add-
can just declare this as free base, pay 10 times lesser, and bring it in. But clearly, ito kakabili lang to. Kailan binili to? Kahapon lang binili to.
May I also add, Mr. Chair, that there are also instances of local production of what you're holding right now, Mr. Chair, is a vape juice. It's the refill for the vape product device or system.
Yeah, whatever it is, this is nicotine salt,
Yes, Mr.
correct? And because none of the vendors registered with DTI, so dapat walang nagbebenta sa merkado
Yes,
ng
Mr. Chair.
nicotine salt. But it's available. This was just bought yesterday.
I agree, Mr. Chair. That's the reason why.
Whether it's smuggled in or it's manufactured here, this should not be the case,
Yes, Mr.
correct?
Chair.
And if it's still manufactured here, they will be paying lesser because they will be declaring as free base.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Well, they're declaring a free base. But after the April 2 hearing, we've coordinated with the local government, ULAP, I believe. So we will be connecting with local health offices so that we can go into private subdivisions where the vape products are manufactured and stored.
Before I continue my si Mr. From the BIR, Mr.
Sabariaga,
Jetro?
Your Honor.
Yeah, Sabariaga. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, first, this May, the Commissioner launched another nationwide activity because of the intelligence reports that there's an uptick on upswing on activities, particularly on online activities and on vape shops on these illicit products. But I'd like to correct the notion of the chair. The truth of the matter is, definitely, if these products were not registered with the DTI, these products were not registered with the BIR, no, and no authority to release imported goods and no calculation of taxes due were made on this product. Therefore, these products are all illicit products and are smuggled through the country. So there's no more variance dun sa ano ni DTI Representative Marcos Valdez na merong hindi registered pero nagbayad ng tax. Wala nang ganon na Chair, Mr. Chair, no? Sa pagka hindi registered sa DTI, hindi daman sa BIR yan, presumably hindi din nagbayad sa customs yan. So yun po yung situation ngayon, Mr. Chair.
So in this particular case, kung ganyan, it's the DTI who should be doing the raids and the enforcement, correct? Because hindi sila nag-register with the DTI eh. The first step is to register with the DTI, correct?
We take the situation, Mr. Chair, as a one government approach. Even though this responsibility should be shared by DTI, Department of Health as the police power arm of the government in securing the health and safety of our public, the local government units, the PNP. Kaya nga ho yung recommendation namin, yung upcoming recommendation namin is for an intertrade illicit trade task force to this body, the creation of a body that will consolidate the efforts and channel the energy of this country into curbing this illicit trade.
I think the first order of business is to mahuli lahat na nagbebenta nito and erase this from the market because this is precisely the products that our adolescents, our youth buys and uses. And the worst part is, ito walang selyo to. So meaning they're not paying taxes. They're not registered with the DTI. They're not paying taxes because there's no seal. And yet they're now filtering to the hands of our adolescents. That is now the problem.
I agree, Mr. Chair. And actually, now that Mr. Marcos Valdez has shared that observation, medyo sobrang crafty na din ng market. Kasi when one of our observations in this nationwide vape activity, nung pagpunta namin sa mga vape shops, ang naka-display doon mga legit products, yung mga may stamp, mga registered products. But when you look at the Facebook pages of these vape shops, and if inquiries are made with the vape shops by people other than enforcement people, madidiscover natin na may ibinebenta sila at may pinagtataguan sila ng mga illicit vape products nila. And usually, tama ho yun, nasa bahayan. Recently, the BIR seized 81,000 illicit vape products, unregistered, unpaid ang taxes, in a night raid sa isang bahay being used as a warehouse. So ganun na ho kalala at ganun na ka-pervasive itong activity na ito. Kaya ho, hirap na hirap din ho ang government agency, lalo na ho yung BIR na hindi naman traditionally nag-i-enforce ng, by not traditionally, walang structure, walang system, walang training, walang tools, walang equipment na para mag-enforce. Walang mga barel, walang mga enforcement training yung mga tao para ho mag-enforce nitong against illicit trade. That's why we are proposing a one government approach, including DTI, DOH, no, and our local government units dito sa undertaking na ito. Short of the creation of an agency or an office that will have a budget, will have a funding, on an illicit trade task force?
We want action. We want action already from the DTI and from the BIR, and most importantly, the DTI, because the law assigned the DTI as the lead agency to regulate vaping products. And if this is not registered, wala rin tong sa DTI, they have to submit the chemical content, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So hindi natin alam kung anong chemical content nito. Tama?
Yes, Mr.
Ito
Chair.
yung papatay sa mga bata eh.
If
Kasi
I
hindi
may,
natin alam kung anong chemical content nito. They're not registered. We don't know the chemical content. Then hindi pa nagbabayad ng buwis.
yes, Mr. Chair, I agree. If I may add, Mr.
Go ahead,
Chair,
go ahead.
one of yung roadblocks of our enforcement is that when we go to an area, yung pong mga vape retailers, meron po silang mga chat group. So, pagpasok po namin sa isang store and we go to the other store, sarado na po yung mga stores. So, we have coordination with the PNP as well as the NBI for to assist us for the numbers para mas marami po kaming pagpunta namin sa area. Sabay-sabay po yung mga stores. Recently, meron naman po kaming success on this na sabay-sabay ho namin na nahuhuli. But marami po talaga sila, and we're doing what we can, Mr. Chair.
But we demand more aggressive enforcement because the numbers are saying, I'll show it later on, that the uptick of vaping use among the young is already entering a very dangerous stage. And the more, if these are not registered, mas dangerous yun dahil hindi natin alam kung ano yung ginagamit nila. Because I know that in the law, part of the submission to the DTI is the chemical content.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What do you call that certificate?
The TRA, Mr. Chair, the toxicological risk assessment.
Correct. But dito, walang selyo, walang registration.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So wala rin siyang chemical content report. So this is now a dangerous stage in our country wherein our young is smoking chemicals that we don't even know.
Mr. Chair, if our initial enforcement action on this is with regard, well, affected manufacturers and importers, but I think now is not this it's a good venue for the retailers to hear that pati po sila pwede pong makasuhan not only administrative charges but also criminal complaints, and ang penalty po nito if they are selling without any license is 2 million pesos as well as 2 years imprisonment, Mr. Chair.
Itong last 6 months, how many retailers ang nakasuhan na?
I'll get the numbers for you, Mr. Chair.
Get it and give it to me before the end of this hearing.
Yes, Mr.
But
Chair.
ang importante, action eh. Importante, ma-raid itong mga retailers kasi hindi na maganda yung ginagawa nila na nagbebenta sila ng mga ganitong products na hindi rehistrado. So we want, again, we urge the Department of Trade and Industry to move faster and be more aggressive. And like what the BR is saying, that we are seeing an uptick of these illegal products disguised as nicotine salt being peddled among our children, among the young. So
We will comply, Mr. Chair.
We need fast action from the DTI, and please submit to the committee a timetable on how to arrest the distribution of these illegal products. Kailangan ko makita yung timetable, action, and the targets.
We will comply, Mr. Chair.
There's also another issue that came to our table, and this is in regards to the flavors. And we have read in the DOJ opinion, DOJ opinion 08 dated April 8 to 2025, which clarified that the flavor ban under RA 11467 remains in effect despite the passage of the vape law, because the advertisement of vapor products under the vape law complements the prohibition under RA 11467 on the manufacturer. And we all know na available yung mga flavors. Ito, iba-ibang flavors ang lumalabas eh. So, in other words, we should already follow the DOJ opinion na dalawang flavors lang ang pwede. No, which is, what are those flavors, Asek?
Menthol, Mr. Chair, and the tobacco. Original tobacco. Mr.
So wala ng orange, wala ng strawberry, wala ng
Well,
bubble gum, wala ng... pero makikita natin, meron pa ngayon, no?
Yes,
Ice
Mr.
formula.
Chair. Well, we looked into the deliberations of the bicameral committee on this, and it's contrary to the DOJ opinion. Also, there's a Supreme Court decision stating that DOJ opinion is still an opinion and not controlling, Mr. Chair.
You're part of government, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You're part of the one government approach, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So the one government approach here is always errs on the side of caution, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The side of caution is to have a healthy population, correct?
That I agree, Mr. Chair.
And then bakit tayo i-enforce to ng DTI?
That's the reason, Mr. Chair, that when we looked at the bicameral committee, we'll highlight it, Mr. Chair, and submit to the committee secretary.
Well, in my opinion, and I support the DOJ opinion. No? In fact, the two flavor category is in the National Internal Revenue Code, no? Which we are actually amending right now. No? And ang goal kasi natin is to arrest the increase of vape use among the young. And one of the causes of that increase in vape use is the attractiveness of the flavor. So, binebenta nga nila illegal na, iba-ibang flavor pa, talagang tataas yung paggamit ng mga bata. So, I urge the DTI is to comply with the DOJ opinion, because what we are trying to address right now, or what we are trying to arrest right now, is the increase of use of vape products among the young. Yun ang ayaw nating mangyari at mangyayari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll take note of the position of the committee as well as the chair, and we'll revert on the
Because
matter,
the
Mr.
goal
Chair.
right now, the goal of the committee is to have a unitary tax system between freebase and nicotine salt. And the reason for that is to arrest smuggling, because smuggling is filtering to our youth. And because the goal of the committee is to arrest that increase of use in our youth. And one of the reasons that we saw also is that flavoring of vape products. And that's why I support this DOJ opinion number 8, dated April 8, 2025, because it clearly states here that there should only be two flavors, menthol and tobacco, so that the youth will not be enticed with bubble gum, with strawberry, with green apple, watermelon. So we urge the DTI to comply with this DOJ opinion, because sabi nga kanina ni Mr. Jetro, one government approach tayo eh. And we should always err on the side of caution and to make sure that we have a healthy populace.
Yes, Mr. Chair. While we do support the proposal for a unitary tax rate as well as the increasing the tax rates, we will revert, Mr. Chair, to the committee on the DTI position on the DOJ opinion.
Dapat wala nang report, dapat comply na. DOJ is here. Let me, yes, two comments we want to hear. Number one is on the vape products, and number two on that opinion that you have issued.
Yes, Mr. Chair, good morning.
On the particular House bill proposed, Mr. Chair, we defer to the appropriate agencies and the wisdom of Congress as this pertains to the imposition of taxes. On the particular opinion mentioned, Mr. Chair, this was issued particularly on the request from the Secretary of Health, requesting for clarification on whether or not the prohibition of flavor descriptors under RA 11900 is inconsistent with the flavor ban in 11467. And as mentioned by the good chair, the DOJ opined that there is no inconsistencies between the two laws, and in fact the later law, which is RA 11900, pertains to the advertisement of the vaporized nicotine and non-nicotine products. So and the other one, the earlier law is 11467, states that there shall no the manufacture, importation, and sale of vapor products with flavoring other than plain tobacco or plain menthol shall be prohibited. And the guidelines for this are RA 11900 provides the guidelines. It is the DOJ opinion that this later law provides for the guidelines on which the vaporized products can be advertised, Mr. Chair.
But to put it simply, Attorney Nitura Kalugay, to put it simply, what should be allowed is only the sale of 2 flavors. Tama?
If we are to harmonize the two laws, Mr. Chair, then yes, it is our opinion that there shall only be 2 flavors, because the flavor descriptors are not part of this tobacco or plain menthol.
So, in other words, what the DOJ is saying, that we should not see all those other flavors being sold in the different shops. Only 2 flavors should be sold in those shops. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
But, Mr. Chair, we also recognize the opinion of the DTI that the DOJ opinion is merely advisory. So,
Yeah, I know that. It's an opinion. But then again, if you want to move as one government, then we should use the more conservative approach, correct? Because we're addressing here public health of our children, of adolescents.
yes, Mr. Chair, we agree.
Diba? So that's why we have to err on the side of caution. If someone doesn't agree, then let them take it to the courts.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we agree.
All right. We'll call on the DOH.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. Well, for the Department of Health, we'd like to express our appreciation to the statement of our chair that reducing taxation on tobacco and vapor products is not the solution, and to reduce illicit trade on cigarette and vape products. Thank you for that, sir. And I would like to read our official position paper of the Department of Health regarding House Bill number 11360. The Department of Health firmly opposes any and all measures that seek to disturb the existing tobacco excise tax indexation, and strongly supports the strengthening and implementation of a unified excise tax measure for vapor products. According to the 2023 FNRI survey, adult vaping rose from 1.4% to 9.9%, while adolescent use surged from 7.5% to 39.9% from 2019 to 2023. This shift highlights the urgent need to regulate vapes with the same rigor as tobacco products including through taxation, to prevent a new wave of nicotine addiction. Currently, there is an evident imbalance in taxation between tobacco and electronic nicotine delivery systems, with vapes taxed for a lower rate despite rising use. The government is losing on all fronts, both in terms of public health and revenue, because vapes are being taxed cheaper than tobacco. Given its mandate to safeguard public health, the DOH expresses support to any measure that underscore the national health goals and offers the following recommendations for any other legislative measures. Number one, to continue with and strengthen the implementation of excise tax measures for tobacco and vapor products. Number two, to include violations of Republic Act number 10643 or the Graphic Health Warnings Law in the definition of illicit trade and its covered products. The number three, to include provision on citizen participation as a key strategy, including the provision for citizen suit. Any person may file a complaint and or report violations to any member agency of the Anti-Illicit Trade Council, provided there is evidentiary support. Then, to ensure monitoring of earmarked tax collections to Virginia tribe and Burley and native tobacco producing local government units, with 15% but not exceeding 17 million pesos and 5% but not exceeding 4 billion pesos respectively, to be allocated for the exclusive benefit of the farmers. And then finally, to strictly enforce the prohibition on vapor product flavors other than plain tobacco and plain menthol, and the marketing of these products pursuant to the provisions of RA 11467 and RA 11900. The DOH shall continue to advocate for the health and economic benefits of higher tobacco and vapor products taxation, emphasizing its role in funding the implementation of the Universal Health Care Act, reducing the national disease burden, and optimizing the use of funds from sin tax collections to achieve the goals of Republic Act 11467. These measures are critical for reducing consumption, safeguarding revenues for health programs, and addressing the health risks associated with tobacco and vapor products. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you po.
Thank you for
We will
those
submit po, Mr. Chair, our signed position paper po on this matter. Thank you very much.
I'll show a slide on, this is we showed this last time during the hearing, and I will just show it, slide 26. It's here, slide 26. There. Prevalence of vapor product users in percentage form based on current percentage based on current smokers. So if you look at 2023, the smoking, the biggest increase in terms of prevalence in smoking vapor products or vape products came from the adolescents. Almost 40% of the current smokers came from the young population. Siya yung pinakamabilis pag-increase. No? 9% adults, 8% elderly, but 40% of the current smokers right now came from the adolescents. Is this the number that the Department of Health is also seeing? This is based from FNRI.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And can you give us the reason why, the top 3 reasons why we are seeing this phenomena? Kasi ang laki, from 2021 it's only 7.5%. Now it's reached to 40%. And what am I afraid of is what we discussed earlier. The products being sold in the market is unregulated, unregistered, unregulated. So we don't know what they are smoking. No, it's being marketed here. It's being marketed as nicotine salt, being marketed as freebase, but we don't know what is the contents. No, hindi natin alam kung anong talagang laman niya. No? So in other words, at 40%, we don't know what they are smoking. No? So can you give us a reason why we are seeing an uptick, a strong uptick of vape product use among the young?
We agree, Mr. Chair, because of the unregulated use of these vape products, and then of course with the flavors, the different flavors that are being available in the market, and the very extensive marketing that they're doing, and then because of this, we're seeing a shift of the prevalence of smoking using vapes. Mas tumataas po siya because also of the lower tax given to these vape products. Thank you, Mr.
You said the flavors contribute to the use of vape products?
Yes po, because it entices them to really use this because of masarap eh. Masarap po yung flavor niya. So they would prefer using this than the traditional tobacco, the cigarettes.
Okay. Thank you for that. To the DOH. We'll call on NTA, National Tobacco Administration. Any comments?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We were invited here to give our comment on House Bill 11360 pertaining to tobacco, Your Honor. And as stated earlier by the Honorable Chair, we will not be discussing anything about cigarettes.
Do you have any comments on vapes?
None, Your Honor.
Wala. All right. We also invited health advocates to this hearing. We'll call on FDA and Jen. We'll call on Dr. Limpin of Action on Smoking and Health Philippines.
Your Honor, if you could allow me to give you a presentation, short presentation.
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
I will just give it to the Secretariat, Your Honor.
Okay. While Dr. Limpin is preparing for her presentation, we'll call on Dr. Liachon of the Independent Health Reform, an Independent Health Reform Advocate.
Good morning, Senator. I was prepared for the tobacco tax issue, but I'd like also to more or less comment on the problem related to the vape. I think, Your Honor, the tobacco and vape products are actually intertwined because there are actually toxic and addicting products that actually would actually hurt the Filipinos. And next slide. So therefore, this is actually not related to the H Bill 11360, but I'd like to summarize my recommendation. Since in 2012, we know that the Republic Act 10351 has been effective in terms of reduction of the burden of non-communicable diseases, and of course, tripling the funding for the Department of Health and of course to the PhilHealth. And with this, there has been a downshift towards the addiction, as shown a while ago by Your Honor. There has been a downshift in terms of the addiction to tobacco and then targeting the young ones. So therefore, the win-win solution, pun not intended, Senator Win, the win-win solution here is actually to increase the tax rates both for tobacco and also for vape. Since the target population for the vape will be the younger population, in which their formative years should actually be curbed at this point in time. So therefore, if we start increasing the tax rates at the same level of rigor with the vape, then we actually can prevent the onslaught of non-communicable diseases. And we know for a fact that non-communicable diseases, heart attack, cancer, stroke, COPD, are actually attacking the young and the poor. So by attacking the tobacco and the vapor products with the same impunity and the same rigor and the same tax rate, the same unitary tax as you would propose, with the same penalties and everything, then actually we can resolve the issue. So I don't have a slide for this one because I was informed about the HB 11360, but perhaps in the next presentation I can prepare something and give way to the presentation, of course, of Dr. Maricar Dimpin. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Leachon. We'll call on Dr. Limpin. Wala pa. We'll call on, while we're waiting for her presentation, Dr. Mateo of the Philippine College of Physicians.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Dr. Mateo. I'm representing the 14,000 internists of the country, and I came here too for the House bill, but if I may give statements on the use of vape or e-cigarette in the youth especially. So it has increasingly been popular in the Philippines over the past few years, particularly among the youth demographic. And these are the key statistics, some of which you have mentioned. There's already growth in use in the youth, according to the 2021 National Tobacco Control Program. Approximately 20% of the Filipino youth, that's ages 15 to 24, reported using e-cigarette. This is a significant increase from previous years. And the 2020 study conducted by the Tobacco Control Research Group also reported 12.5% of high school students, indicating the rising trends in experimentation with vaping products among adolescents. And you're correct, Your Honor, it's really the strategy of the producers, the manufacturers, to entice the youth because of attractive flavors and appearance. And in the general population, a survey done by the Department of Health in 2021 revealed that around 4.6 million Filipinos were already using electronic cigarette or vapes, which is a rapid increase in users compared to previous years as well. So why do they use vape? This is because of the flavor preference, perceived safety compared to traditional smoking, which we have proven to be false. And marketing tactics were primarily the reason cited for the rising popularity of vaping, particularly among the youth. And compared to traditional smoking, while it has declined, the traditional smoking has declined in the Philippines, vaping has really emerged as a popular alternative. In 2015, it indicated that only 23.8% of adults smoke, revealing a shift in the use or preference of vape over cigarette. So on the health concerns, which is to us, this is mostly a health issue. No? It's more than health, than economics, while on the health side, it will also be reflected on an economic burden to the country. So the rise in vaping use has also coincided with concerns about tobacco-related health issues. DOH has reported rising instances of respiratory illnesses often linked to vaping. And us in the front line, the healthcare professionals, especially me as a pulmonologist, we have seen a lot of cases of COPD occurring in the younger age group, whilst traditionally or by science, we have COPD is usually seen in smokers for 50 years and above. Now, we have seen as young as 16 years old, 21 years old. So this is linked, and this should prompt a call for stricter regulation of vape products, and of course, tantamount to saying that the tax imposition on vape products should also be increased. So in response to the growing trend of vaping, the Philippine government implemented Tobacco Regulation Act, but we want to see more teeth on this, especially in imposition of higher taxes. So, of course, eventually, discussions should continue on potential bans and higher taxation to curb use among minors. So, in conclusion, the statistics reflect a concerning trend in vape use, especially the youth in the Philippines. And as vaping becomes more common, it is crucial to continue monitoring the health implications and consider implementing stricter regulations to safeguard public health. Your Honor, I speak on behalf of the 80 health professionals, and I'm sure we have all the same stand on the control and the use of vape and e-cigarette. Salamat po for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mateo. We'll call on Dr. Dance of the academician of the National Academy of Science and Technology.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang magandang hapon po sa lahat ng attend ngayong umaga. Mr. Chair, online po ako with the heads of more than 200,000 healthcare workers who are members of organizations they lead. And sisimulan ko po na sabihin na natutuwa kami na inilabas nyo ang inyong pagtutol sa mga provision ng House Bill 11360 ukol sa pagbaba ng tobacco tax. Naiintindihan po namin na gusto ninyong mag-focus doon sa vape and heated tobacco products. Doon wala po kaming tutol sa mga provision na yon kasi tingin namin talagang dapat itaas, no? Bakit tumataas mainly sa mga kabataan ng vape and heated tobacco products? Successful promotion po yun. Kaya lang po, Mr. Chair, nangangamba ang mga healthcare worker dahil sa tingin namin, sinagasaan kami ng House Bill 11360. Yung mga hearing po ng House Bill, dumating ilang oras na lang bago mag-meeting. Marami kinancel din, ilang oras lang at nandun na kami, biglang canceled, no? Tapos yung final vote ho was made past midnight. Ilang tao na lang po ang nandun. So nangangamba po kami na bagamat tutol kayo sa rollback, ito'y pwedeng mangyari during the bicameral committee hearing. Kasi po, opaque na opaque po yung hearing At tingin namin, pagkakataon itong 11360, at nakatago dyan yung rollback ng tobacco tax. So with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, gusto kong magpakita lang ng 3 slides ukol sa objection ng healthcare worker professional organizations against House Bill 11360. Sana ibasura na ito kasi nakatago rito ang tangka ng tobacco industry na ibaba ang tobacco tax. Kung okay lang po sa inyo, it's just 3 slides.
Sige po. Go ahead, Dr. Dance.
Bihira po kasi magsama-sama ang healthcare workers. Lagi kaming nag-aaway tungkol sa maraming bagay. Tungkol sa best way to take care of various diseases. Friendly arguments po. Bihira ho yung magkakapit-bisig kami in just 48 hours. Kasi nung nabalitaan po ng heads of healthcare organizations, professional organizations na pag-uusapan ng 11360, within 24 hours po, 6 na po na ang pumirma na heads. At ngayon po, this morning, 80 na po ang gustong pumirma sa aming petition. So ito po yung first slide lang. Pinapakita pa, ang tingnan natin yung current smokers, no? Since the 1980s, nasa 30% po ang ating current smokers, no? Pero nung naipasa po ang sin tax nung 2012, next please. So 2012 12. Tingnan natin kung ano nangyari. Bumaba po, tingnan natin. Next slide. Next slide, yan. Bumaba to 25% at nung 2021, 18.5% na lang ang smokers. Pero nung 2018, nung nag-amend po tayo ng tobacco tax, na-predict na po namin na kulang yung yung tax at by 2023 tataas po ang dami ng maninigarilyo. No, ipinaglalaban po namin nung 2018 10% yung yearly indexation, tataas ng 10%. Kung hindi, by 2023 dadami ang smokers. Nasa proceedings po 'yan ng aming Senate presentations. Kasi hindi nahuhula-hula ang effect ng presyo sa dami ng naninigarilyo. Agham na po yan eh. Kaya na po nating calculate yung market forces na magiging sanhi ng pagdami ng paninigarilyo. So true enough, nung 2023, ito po ang nangyari. Next slide, please. Next, please. Yan, dumami na. Naging 23% ulit ang dami ng naninigarilyo. Next, please. And next, please. Pagbibilangin ho natin, hindi yung porsyento, bilangin natin yung dami ng naninigarilyo. Nandun na naman tayo sa dami ng naninigarilyo noong 2008. No? 17 million Filipino smokers. Next, please. So, para sa amin hong mga, para lang ho ng konti, atras tayo. Para mapaliwanag ko ng isa-isa. Para ho sa aming mga healthcare workers, itong tobacco tax at saka vape tax, may revenue tayo dyan. Pero para sa amin, ito'y mga bill tungkol sa kalusugan ng Pilipino. No? Pag-uusapan mamaya ng mga kasama namin na pag sinunod yung 11,360, mawawala ang kita up to 17 billion every year para sa gobyerno. 40% po niyan, 6.8 billion ay dapat para sa PhilHealth, para pag-alaga ng mga may sakit. Pero hindi ho yan ang gusto kong pag-usapan. Pag-usapan natin yung kalusugan. Next. Sa kasalukuyan po, there are 88,000 deaths every year dahil sa tobacco sa Pilipinas. Alam nyo ba kung ilan yan kada araw? 250 deaths. Parang may bumagsak na commercial airline every day. Pag may bumagsak na eroplano, takbuhan tayo ron at lumalabas sa headline. Pero 250 deaths a year from tobacco, walang pumupunan yan kasi statistic yan eh. Nangyayari yan all over the Philippines and every day. Kaya hindi tayo nagugulat. Pero napakarami po niyan. 250 deaths per day. No? Next please. Pag pinasaho ang mga syntax rollback provisions, sabi nila hindi daw yan rollbacks, binababa nila yung indexation, hindi yan rollback. Rollback pa rin yan compared to the status quo. Ang estimate namin, there will be 200,000 new smokers a year. 2 million in the next 10 years. So aakyat yan to 19 million smokers. Kalahati sa kanila, yan ang ikamamatay nila. Kaya nagugulat po kami na meron tayong mga mambabatas na isinasanla ang buhay ng taong bayan para sa kita. No? Hindi man kita ng gobyerno kasi nawawala ng gobyerno. Kita ng tobacco industry. Namamangharin kami na may mga Pilipino sa tobacco industry na walang pake kung dumami ang mga maninigarilyong Pilipino. Next, please. Additional deaths doon sa 88,000. Additional 2,000 will die every year because of that rollback. Next, please. Indirect cost. Magkano ba ang nawawala sa atin dahil nagkasakit, nawalan ng trabaho, namatay ng hindi pa oras? No? 500 billion a year ang halaga po nun. Yung direct cost sa tansya namin, at pwede ho naming isumite ang mga calculation namin, Mr. Chair. Next, please. Ang direct cost sa pag-alaga sa mga nagkasakit, hospitalization, pag-inom ng gamot. 250 billion. So ang nawawala sa taong bayan dahil sa rollback, mga 7 dahil sa tobacco smoking is about 750 billion pesos a year. Magkano bang kinikita natin? Mga 150 billion a year. Walang paraan na talunin ito ng ating kinikita dahil sa tobacco. Next, please. So yan po yung apila namin. Mr. Chair, tuwang-tuwa po kami na sinabi niyong tutol kayo sa rollbacks ng tobacco. Sana maintindihan ito ng mga kasama nating dito sa tobacco industry. Ilan sa mga tobacco companies, sila na nga ang nagsabi na gusto na nilang pababain ang dami ng naninigarilyo. Ngayon, ibababa na naman natin ang buwis sa tobacco at pararamihin na naman natin ang mga naninigarilyo sa Pilipinas. Hindi ba parang tinitinda natin ang buhay ng Pilipino para sa kita ng isa lang na industriya? So, ito pong, next please. Ito po yung mga iba-iba hong mga signature ng iba-iba. No? Babasahin po ni Dr. Mateo mamaya yung amin petition. Ang petition po namin, ibasura na yung 11360 kung di man yung provisions nito tungkol sa tobacco. Nangangamba po kami kasi kayang-kaya i-railroad during the bicameral committee meeting. Magugulat na lang tayo na biglang nandun, despite your objections, isang boto lang din po kayo, hindi ba? Despite your objections, pwedeng maipasa ang rollbacks ng tobacco tax. So, ang hiling po namin, Mr. Chair, sa inyo, dati naman ho kayong naninindigan para sa kalusugan at nagpapasalamat kami sa paninindigan nyo ngayon and in the past. Manindigan ulit na ibasura ng tobacco tax na ito dahil nandyan nakatago ang mga provision para ibenta ang kalusugan ng mga Pilipino para sa income ng isang industriya sa ating bayan. Babasahin po ni Dr. Mateo yung sulat with your indulgence, Mr.
Your
Chair.
Honor.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is the statement from the leaders of healthcare professional organizations. Yeah, we urgently call our Senate Ways and Means Committee Chair, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to filmly reject House Bill 11360, the bill that lowers current excise taxes on tobacco products. House Bill 11360 lowers the annual increase of tobacco excise tax rates from 5% every year to an average of 3% every year. It makes cigarette cheaper and more accessible, especially to the vulnerable youth and the poor. As providers of care who see the burden borne by tobacco and vape-related diseases on our patients every single day, we find it reprehensible that our government is fast-tracking a bill which will lead to almost 2 million new smokers from 2025 to 2035. Many of these smokers come from the youth, and half of them will die from tobacco-related diseases in the future. The lives of our patients and our children will be sacrificed for the interest of the tobacco industry. House Bill 11360 will deliver a devastating blow not only to health, but also to revenue. It will lead to at least 167 billion pesos in foregone tobacco tax revenues from 2025 to 2035. 40% of those revenues are allocated towards implementing universal health care. Lowering tobacco taxes will not solve the problem of illicit tobacco trade. Global literature shows that illicit tobacco trade is combated effectively through enforcement and not through lowering of tax rates. In the end, the beneficiary of this rollback is neither the government nor the people. The only beneficiary will be the tobacco industry. Senator Gatchalian, Your Honor, the lives of millions are at stake. We seek your support to reject House Bill 11360 to live up to your reputation as champion of health and of the youth. This will be a true act of heroism that the Filipino people and the healthcare workers will never forget. Signed, but by the organization that were flashed on screen. Thank you po.
Thank you, Dr. Mateo. Well, this is the Committee on Ways and Means, no? And our job is to make sure that the revenue of government constantly increases, and as much as possible, and look for new sources of revenue. Excise tax on tobacco is one. No? And what we are after in the committee is to combat and eliminate illicit trade. No? Illicit trade is the one creating a lot of problems for our country in terms of revenue collection and in terms of health outcomes. No? Illicit trade is the devil, no, in our country. Now, that's why I flashed on the screen earlier recommendations that we found out through the 3 hearings that we conducted, and to include prosecution, the legal aspect. Meron tayong enforcement aspect, may legal aspect, so that we will have an effective mechanism to combat illicit trade. And in those hearings, we did not see that lowering down taxes can combat illicit trade effectively. What we should right now enforce and fund is the enforcement side of illicit trade. That's why we are even open to funding the different enforcement agencies such as DTI, BIR, and the Task Force on Illicit Trade from the BIR is a good suggestion that we might, during the budget deliberation, we might put together and fund it so that we will have a full-time composite team to combat illicit trade. Yan talaga ang objective natin. Now, having said that, during the hearing, I mentioned earlier that we found that the arbitrage or the difference between freebase and nicotine is creating creating problems and also incentivizing technical smuggling in our country. And that's what we want to stop. That's why, if there, to address Dr. Dan's comment earlier, habang ako po ang chairman ng Committee on Ways and Means, hindi ko papayagan na maipasok yung cigarette component in the Bicameral Conference Committee. If, with all due respect to our counterparts, and let me put this on record to our House counterparts, kung yan ang i-insist nila, mag-usap na lang tayo sa 20th Congress. Because we will not allow that. What we are after right now is to increase or make or come up with a unitary tax system for vape products. Kasi yun yung talagang obvious na lumabas sa aming mga hearings. So, yun nga, nasabi ko nga, I checked with the committee secretary, wala kasing nag-file ng vape, unitary tax system of vape products here in the Senate and also in the House. And we cannot move without any legislation or any bill transferred or transmitted from the House to the Senate. For the Ways and Means, we have to always wait for the House counterpart. Pero pagdating dito, pwede naming i-tweak or i-amend. Depende sa usapan na during the hearings. That's why we have hearings, so that we can hear everyone. So that is our ruling as chair of this committee. All right. So, Dr. Limpin, is your presentation ready? So we can discuss that.
Thank you, Your Honor. First and foremost, I'd like to thank for this committee, especially Your Honor, in inviting us to this hearing. I am Dr. Maria Encarnita Blanco Limpin, the Executive Director of Action on Smoking and Health Philippines. I am a practicing internist, pulmonologist, and critical care physician. And dahil po dito sa trabaho ko na ito, nakikita ko po kung ano ang nagiging epekto ng paninigarilyo at ng pagve-vape sa ating mga kababayan. I am here not just to represent the healthcare practitioners, but I am also here to represent and give a voice to the thousands of victims of tobacco and vape who have actually died, who those who are also still suffering, and those who have also been lured into this lifetime addiction. So, can I have my first slide? Ito pong slide nito ay napakita na po ni Dr. Tony Dance, but just to emphasize kung gaano ka-epektibo po ang taxes na pinapataw po natin sa sigarilyo, nakita ho natin kung ano naging epekto nito sa paggamit ng sigarilyo. We have actually seen a decline in tobacco use from the time 2012, no, from basically 2012 to around 2021. But unfortunately, makikita ho natin sa pinakahuli, medyo tumaas po. And if you will look at it, ang pagbaba po ng prevalence ng paninigarilyo ay dahil po sa dumami yung mga kabataan na hindi nag-umpisa ng paninigarilyo. Medyo dumami din po yung mga nakahinto. But ang pinaka-target ho talaga ng tobacco taxation, makikita ho natin, effective ho talaga sa mga kabataan. And probably doon sa mga mahihirap, na nalululong pa dahil sa lulong ho sila sa sigarilyo ay patuloy na nagsisigarilyo despite the fact na yung pera nila supposedly sana mailagay sa mga mas importanteng bagay katulad ng pagkain, yung edukasyon ng kanilang mga anak at pati na rin doon sa pang-araw-araw na kabuhayan nila. Unfortunately, hindi po yun nangyayari. But in 2023, makikita ho natin umakyat uli ang prevalence ng paninigarilyo. Bakit po? Next slide, please. Yes, so dito pinapakita po, unlike what you have actually shown to us, Your Honor, I'm actually using the Global Adult Tobacco Survey as well as the Global Youth Tobacco Survey, which is a survey that has been conducted in collaboration with the Department of Health, with the WHO, as well as the Center for Disease Control. No? And makikita ho natin na ang paggamit ho ng vape ay napakababa kung titignan ho natin sa mga nakakatanda. But doon sa mga bata, edad na 13 to 15 years of age, according to the Global Youth Tobacco Survey in 2021, makikita ho natin na napakataas, 14%. Of course, yung pinakita po ninyo ay isang glaring factor na talagang mabilis na bumubulusok ang paggamit ng vape, lalong-lalong na po sa kabataan. So, there is actually no disagreement sa pinakita po ninyo na slides kanina and this particular slide dahil it only emphasizes the fact that pagdating po sa paggamit ng vape, it is really the younger ones who are using that rather than the older population. Next slide. At makikita po ninyo na 44% ho ng mga naggumagamit ng vape ay hindi kahit kailanman nanigarilyo. And therefore, what I would like to emphasize here, madalas ho ang sinasabi ng mga vaping companies, binibigay daw nila ito as an alternative sa paninigarilyo, but in fact, makikita ho natin 44% hindi ho kahit kailan nagsigarilyo. And therefore, yung sinasabi nilang alternative to smoking is really not true. Next slide. Now, papakita ko po itong isang study na ito. Ito po ay ginawa nila Sam Egger et al. At pinapakita lang ho dito na ang rate ho ng pag-uumpisa ng paninigarilyo ay mas mataas, 5 times higher sa mga hindi, 5 times higher sa mga nag-umpisa ng vape versus those who never use vape. And therefore, ito po pinapakita na it is really yung pag-vape ang nagiging dahilan kung bakit mas marami ang eventually mag-shift sa pagsisigarilyo. So maaaring, next slide please. Therefore, ito pong tignan ho natin uli yung trend na ito, makikita ho ninyo ang association kung bakit umakyat. Because in 2020, it is in 2022, yung vape law ho ay naipasa. And basically, itong vape law na ito, which is supposed to regulate the use of vape, hindi naman ho talaga na-regulate eh. it only liberalizes ang vaping, no? So, kaya nga ho, masamang-masama ang loob namin nang ito pong vape law na ito ay naipasa. Despite the arguments that we have presented, despite all the scientific evidences that we have presented, they continued to actually pass this vape law. Kaya kami po, nila Dr. Tony Dance, nila Tony Leachon, and the rest of our healthcare, sila Dr. Imelda Mateo, lahat ho kami, hindi ho kami masaya nung ipinasa po ang vape law na ito. And this actually led to further increase in smoking prevalence. So, sa amin hong ano mga possible explanation sa pag-increase ng prevalence? It is the number of those who have started to smoke primarily because of the vape liberalization law. That is, next slide. Nauna na ako sa slide ko. Next slide. Okay, then the other factor po, of course, we cannot argue on this. Yun hong marketing tactics ng ating mga vaping companies. No, ito po ay makukuha, ito po ay doon sa website ng RELX, no, makikita ho ninyo kung paano nila talaga iniengganyo na as if talagang this is really a fad among the young, no? Mga bata yung mga nakikita ho natin nagve-vape. Next slide. And tanong ho ninyo, flavors is one of the main reason kung bakit ang mga kabataan ay gumagamit ng vape. Tignan ho ninyo ang itsura nito. Next slide. And do you think, alam mo ba ninyo kung gaano karami ang flavors that is present worldwide? Yan, makikita ho ninyo, di ba? Sino ho ba talagang naiengganyo sa ganyang klase ng flavor? Wala namang iba kundi kabataan. Di ba? Next. O, di ba, pati may chicken, may waffles, would you believe, may bacon pa, meron pang durian flavor, you know, sila, depende tung sa kung ano ang gusto ng mga tao sa isang lugar. Next slide. Click lang po. So, there are more than 15,000 flavors in the Philippines. From what we know, there are already more than 7,000 flavors in the country. Therefore, all of these flavors are really enticing our young to start into the vaping addiction. We are calling it an addiction because almost all these vapes contain nicotine. It will be very seldom na makakakita kayo ng walang nicotine. Even among those na sinasabi nila does not contain nicotine, sa pag-aaral ho in the US, in the UK, and even in Australia, lahat ho sila nakita nila sa pag-aaral nila na kahit yung mga nagsasabing walang nicotine, still contains nicotine. And that is the reason why they are so sure of saying na pwedeng gamitin na pang-alternative ang vaping sa sigarilyo. Bakit? Ano ang parehas na component na nakaka-addict sa isang tao? Nicotine. And nicotine is present in both tobacco and vape products. Next slide. Next slide. Pinapakita ko lang ho dito, ano pa po ang nakakaengganyo sa mga kabataan? Next slide. Yes. So, ito po yung mga naunang mods. Makikita ho ninyo, malalaki pa ho ang tangke. Siguro yung mga nauna-una ho sa atin, ito ang mga unang ginamit. Pero makikita na ho ninyo ang mga, ngayon, ang mga bagong mga pods o mga vape products na makikita ho ninyo. And makikita ninyo kung gaano ka-attractive ho ang lahat ng mga yan. Diba? Ang itsura ng nila ay mukhang flavor. Talagang, sino ho ang maiengganyo dito? Ang mga matatanda? Maybe. Kasi lalo na kung kahit ho yung mga matatanda na isip bata na gusto ang mga ganyang klase ng kulay, maiengganyo rin, no? But ang pinakaunang-unang maiengganyo ay ang mga kabataan. Next slide. Next slide. And meron pa ho silang ganito. Would you believe na ito po ay isang klase ng pads? No? And who will ever think na ito ay isang pads? No? So this is definitely Director Valdez of DTI. This is a very good example of, and Your Honor, this is a very good example of maybe one of those pods who have been peddled in the market without being registered. Okay? So, talagang maeengganyo ang mga kabataan. And there is no argument and there should be no surprise kung bakit ang mga kabataan ang talagang nauunang gagamit ng mga produktong ito. Next. So, meron pa silang libreng lanyard sa bawat pagbili nila ng mga pads. Libre ho yan. And therefore, kahit ho yung mga teachers natin sa mga eskwelahan, aakalain ho nila na flash drive lang po ang nakasabit doon sa mga bata. No? Hindi ho ninyo ma-recognize and hindi rin ho natin ma-differentiate ang isang flash drive versus that of pods. Next. Ngayon, ito po yung sa isa na naman po, mahilig ho ako kasi, Your Honor, tingin-tingin sa mga website. Ito po sa website naman ng Philip Morris, no? Philip Morris Fortune Tobacco Corporation. So, baka po para lang po sa kaalaman ng lahat, karamihan ho ng tobacco companies, they are also selling vape products. No? Wag ho ninyong isipin na hindi ho sila involved dito sa mga vape products na ito. They are selling vape products as well. And therefore, that is the reason kung bakit talagang masyadong puspusan ang pagpapa-advertise nila na hindi ho sila, na ngayon ay they are now smoke-free. Kasi ang sinasabi nilang smoke-free, nagbebenta ho sila ngayon ng isang produkto na supposedly walang smoke, pero meron pa rin pong smoke. So, dito po, pinapakita lang ho nila ang difference between a heated tobacco product at ang regular tobacco. Next slide. At sinasabi din ho nila dyan that their product is not risk-free. Okay? At pinapakita pa po yung iba't ibang mga chemical na present ho sa tobacco at sa mga vape products. Okay? And next, makikita ho ninyo marami ho yung mga yung mga chemicals na yan. Some of those are cancer-causing agents. Next slide. Dito pinapakita po, sinasabi ho nila kasi sa lahat ng mga studies, ang chemical concentration daw ng mga na makikita ho ninyo sa mga e-cigarettes are much lower compared to the concentration seen in regular tobacco. However, tignan ho ninyo ang sinasabi din nila. Meron ho silang disclaimers. They're saying a reduction in levels does not necessarily equate to a reduction in risk. Okay? Pero ito ho ba ay talagang matitingnan ng isang taong gumagamit na ng mga e-cigarettes at ng heated tobacco products? Of course, lulong na ho ang mga taong yan sa nicotine and therefore, hindi na ho nila mapapansin kahit ano pa ang nakalagay ho dyan. Next slide. And this is actually just to show to you study on TSNA. Ang TSNA po ay tobacco-specific nitrosamines. No? Ang ibig lang hong sabihin yan, itong tobacco-specific nitrosamines na yan ay known to be cancer, can cause cancer. And makikita ho ninyo, lahat ho ng mga electronic cigarette devices, mga fluids na pinag-aralan, lahat ho sila, they contain tobacco-specific nitrosamines. Therefore, iba-iba lang po ang ang dami sa lahat sa iba't ibang klase ng e-cigarette liquids na yan. But ang pinaka-importante ho diyan, meron ho siyang mga nagkokos ng cancer. And therefore, whether malaki ang volume amount, maliit ang volume na amount, person who uses e-cigarettes, a person who uses vape products will be at higher risk to develop cancer. Next slide. At dito po pinapakita din that there are some chemicals that may kahit ho i-try ho i-detect if the DTI is already looking into the chemicals that are present in the e-liquids, you may not be able to detect some of the chemicals. Bakit? Dahil yung mga chemicals na yan ay nagagawa lang po upon interaction of the e-liquid at the moment na i-hit mo ang e-liquid na yon. And therefore, yung interaction po upon hitting ng glycerol with the heating element can actually result in the development of acrolein, a known cancer-causing agent. Yung propylene glycol, everybody knows this. These two are the most common and the regular component of any e-cigarette. It will lead to the formation of formaldehyde and acetaldehyde, also known carcinogens. Okay, and therefore, what I am actually showing to you now are people are at high risk of developing cancers. Hihintayin pa ho ba natin na talaga magkaroon ng cancer ang mga tao bago ho tayo kumilos? Pero yan na po ang nangyari sa tabako. Pag tiningnan ho natin ang history ng tabako, hinintay pa ho nating milyon-milyon na ang namamatay sa tabako bago tayo merong gawing aksyon. I hope na hindi naman ho umabot doon sa ganoong sitwasyon. Now, we know better. Alam na ho natin at hopefully, sana mas matatalino ho tayo ngayon para meron na ho tayong gawin na aksyon. And nobody among us, kahit ho siguro mga nasa industriya ng sigarilyo at ng vape, gusto ho nila na makakita ng mga tao na namamatay. I hope lahat ho tayo, we will all come out really very strong against the use of vape and tobacco. Next slide. I'm also going to show to you the latest study. Next. This is the latest study na nagpapakita na ang pag-vape, parehas lang ho ng paninigarilyo, can cause damage sa DNA. And that is actually the reason kung bakit nagkakaroon ng cancer. With the exposure to all those cancer-causing agents, nagkakaroon ho ng pagkasira, ng damage sa ating DNA, sa genes po mismo natin. And this is the reason kung bakit magkakaroon ng cancer ang isang tao from smoking. And now we are seeing that that is also true from vaping. Next slide. Dito po sa isang slide nito, pinapakita yun po ang result ng kanilang pag-aaral. At tiningnan ho nila between a pods and a mods. Pinakamataas po ang DNA damage doon sa paggamit ng pods, followed by the use of mods. At pagdating po sa mga flavors, and that is the reason kung bakit I will agree, we should actually ban the flavors instead of what we have now under the vape law. Kasi tignan nyo ninyo, sweet flavored the vapes have the highest levels of DNA damage, followed by mint and menthol, and fruit-flavored vapes. Your Honor, if you are looking into banning flavors, I would recommend na iban na lang ho talaga. If you want to maintain a certain flavor, maybe it is just tobacco. Kasi the menthol and the mint flavor will only increase the risk also of people from developing cancer. So, we have to maintain. Dati, dalawa. Actually, our recommendation is just to limit it to tobacco. Next slide. And of course, alam naman ho natin yung E-Valley. Actually, I've heard Secretary Herbosa said yesterday over the radio interview na kaya siya against sa paggamit ng vape ay dahil nga dito sa mga cause na katulad ng e-valley o yung e-cigarette vape associated lung injury. Next slide. Na nakita natin sa Amerika. And of course, next, meron din po tayong nakita dito sa ating bansa. This is a 22-year-old male, sudden onset of chest pain, wala pong comorbidities, but yung 2 years history lang po ng paggamit niya ng vape. Ni-work up po siya ng husto. May baraho ang kanyang ang ugat sa puso. Next. And ang chest x-ray po, next, merong ground glass consolidation na parang pneumonia. But nung ginawan ho ng mga cultures and pneumonia panel, lahat ho ito negative. And that is the reason kung bakit sinabi ho namin that what this patient had is what we call the e-valley. Because it fulfilled the criteria for e-valley. May mga narinig ho ako na nagsabing, isa lang daw ho ito sa mga nangyari ho at hindi ho po pwedeng sabihin na that is true for all. Excuse me kung sino man po ang nagsabi nun. Kami po ang nakakakita sa mga pasyente na nagsasuffer because of vaping. Sa ngayon, may mga nakikita na ho kami talagang nahihirapang huminga. Pero kailangan ba nating makakita pa ng higit sa isa na mamatay na magkaroon ng sakit sa puso at magkaroon ng e-valley dahil sa pagbe-vape? Do we need to really see more and more people dying before we do something? And that is why ngayon pa lang kailangan may gawin na ho tayo. Next. So, ang sinasabi ho ng mga manufacturers, reduced harm with vapes. Definitely, sa mga pag-aaral ho, scientific evidence will show there is increased risk to develop heart and lung diseases. And ngayon ho, we have studies showing the presence of cancer-causing agents in e-cigarettes and heated tobacco products, and therefore increasing the potential risk to develop cancer. For us healthcare workers, we always take the precautionary principle. We take caution until proven safe only on anything that can cause disease or death. And definitely, now that we are getting more and more evidences, scientific evidence, we cannot and we will never be able to recommend the use of vape for anything. Next. So, sinasabi madalas ng mga manufacturers, vapes are smoke-free products and are less harmful. Next slide. Wala pong katotohanan yan. Titignan ho ninyo lahat ho ng mga chemicals. With all these chemicals, do you expect that it will really be less harmful as what they would like us to believe? Next. So the fact is, vaping is not safe. It is equally harmful as smoking. So next, our recommendation, Your Honor. So, of course, I think we will agree with you on the matter that we need to increase tax, particularly on the vape products. For tobacco products, we need to further increase the taxes on the standard tobacco products. At least I think this is more doing so will actually be more timely because of the increasing buying capacity of Filipinos. And then for the smoking for the vapes or the electronic smoking devices, a unitary tax, we agree for all. And we would like actually to recommend the imposition of a tax that is equivalent to standard tobacco products. So it is not just unitary, Your Honor, that we are recommending, but a tax that is equivalent to the standard tobacco products. If this cannot be done, actually, Your Honor, we would even recommend banning of all these vape products, because that will be more helpful to the Filipino people. If we are really serious on helping the Filipinos not get sick and die from a sinful product, then I think it is high time for us to start thinking of banning e-cigarettes and any electronic smoking devices. So with that, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Limpin. Call on Dr. Ko of the World Health Organization.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I would like to really appreciate Your Honor, you have fully expressed the concern on the harmful impact of vapes, either illicit or harmful, and then which was eloquently demonstrated by our healthcare providers and physicians groups. They mentioned what kind of products are being circulated, not only the flavor, but different appearances. As the FNRI data showed, and then we saw that from the presentation, 40% increase in the adolescent group of vaping use. I would say, as public health worker and originally trained as a pediatrician, it's a public health event of national concerns, I would say. In this regard, I agree. The WHO agrees to the overall direction, suggestion, and recommendations from our health advocates. In addition to that, I would also suggest to reconsider the minimal age of sales of this country. So if I would formulate in more structured sentence the WHO position for the vaping, it proposes, the current bill 11360 proposes to unify the excise tax for vapor products. It raises it to a level comparable to that of a pack of cigarettes and establishes clearer guidelines for minimum pricing. WHO views this policy change as a step in the right direction, as it is expected to simplify tax administration and increase the product prices that make the vape product non-affordable. And then our youth group, the vaping, they are very price elastic group. So the additional, as our Department of Health mentioned, tax is only one measure to control cigarette. We should make a comprehensive approach, which includes banning disposable e-cigarettes, which is now encroaching our market, which can get much higher content of nicotine in it and with a much cheaper price, and limiting the concentration and quantity of nicotine, along with the strict enforcement of existing measures, such as the ban on flavored products. Current law, it seems to allow the menthol, the base tobacco flavor and menthol flavor, but I would suggest to go even bolder for the complete ban of flavor. And then, as our colleague, a health advocate, mentioned, even further to the complete ban of e-cigarettes that has been introduced and practiced in certain countries in the world. Over to you, Your Honor.
Thank you for that. We'll call on Dr. Doroteo of the Southeast Asia Tobacco Control Alliance.
Honorable Chair, I'm Anton. I'll be representing Yule for this session. So, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, we'd like to respond to one of the questions that was raised earlier about why these products are actually more common among children. So, Dr. Tony Dance, Dr. Maricar have already discussed how extensive tobacco advertising, promotion, and sponsorship is. How children are basically inundated with tobacco advertising, promotion, and sponsorship. But I'd like to flag other possible channels that are being leveraged by the industry in order to reach this much younger target market. There's other things, of course, that we should consider, like cross-border advertising. Back then, tobacco advertising, promotion, and sponsorship was just TV, radio, the newspapers. But right now, you have the internet, and along with it are online streaming services. So there are themes in Netflix shows that seem to normalize the act of smoking or the consumption of electronic cigarettes. And there are themes in even your music streaming services that are also related to the use of cigarettes. There's also this whole issue of parallel marketing. So in places that children cannot avoid, for example, barber shops, for example, cafes, places that teenagers will probably frequent, you have in some occasions you have vape products being peddled in these places as well. There's your last barrier really when a younger individual is trying to purchase this product is really the barrier for price. So while electronic smoking devices, both electronic cigarettes and heated tobacco products, can be very expensive for some specimens of these products. Most of the time, from the same manufacturer, you also have cheaper versions of the same product. So they have an aspirational product, an aspirational heated tobacco product that is more featured in the advertisements. But they also have a cheaper heated tobacco product, a cheaper electronic cigarette that will always be there, available to younger children. So within the purchasing power of Filipino kids in high school, you can definitely buy certain things like relics or bonds for IQOS. Bonds by IQOS. It's when you take a look at this is why we're very much pleased with the commitment from the Honorable Chair that the indexation for electronic smoking devices, for the tax rates, for the specific tax that will be applied to these products will not be touched, because it matters that we do not just benchmark the increases in the specific tax to the changes that are to the changes brought about by inflation. Of course, there's also the increase in the purchasing power of the Filipino people, and the prices of these products have to keep up with that, in addition to keeping up with inflation. So 5% is actually the bare minimum. If possible, if we're going to be basing it on, if we're applying the same logic with cigarettes back when Republic Act 10351 was being deliberated, they actually needed an indexation of 9% or above in order to ensure that there will be no new smokers, in order to have a continuous reduction in the number of new smokers. So this is we believe that we also want to clarify that in addition to not touching the indexation anymore, taxing electronic smoking devices at parity with conventional tobacco products does not always necessarily mean giving them equal rates, because 65 pesos, let's say, applied to a pack of 20 cigarettes is not the same as 65 pesos applied to a single-use electronic cigarette that is good for 15,000 puffs that 3 kids can share between themselves. So actually, even if you increase the prices for electronic cigarettes, you can do that in such a way that you can create a situation that there's more parity when it comes to the taxation of conventional tobacco and electronic cigarettes. We'd like to emphasize also some important observations that we have in House Bill number 11360 as currently drafted. So one thing that we'd like to point out in the draft bill is that it provides vague language for the determination of the floor price for tobacco and nicotine products. So as it stands, when floor prices for tobacco and other recreational nicotine products are determined by quote unquote the applicable taxes, reasonable production cost, and trade margins for the lowest price brands registered with the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the industry is given more flexibility to maximize the earning potential of both their low and high price segments of recreational nicotine products. This can reduce the public health impact of excise tax reforms in terms of tobacco product demand and ultimately government revenue. So how does this happen? Okay, so if the floor price determination allows for too much flexibility for the tobacco industry, then the industry can simply reduce the prices for their lower cost products and leverage the bigger elasticity value for these products and increase the demand for these product segments. This would also result in more smoking for the young, the poor, and the elderly who would have otherwise been protected from tobacco consumption by across-the-board increases in tobacco product prices. This would go in hand with the typical industry strategy of overshifting for their most expensive product tiers, which because the effect for the industry would be the same as the effect for the government. If you increase the price in the setting for a product that has that is relatively inelastic, what tends to happen is that you have a somewhat smaller number of removals, but a larger fraction of the revenue would be captured by the industry as profit. And because unit pack removals are lower, then the government would end up having much smaller revenue. So, instead of the permissive guidance from the proposed legislation, we strongly suggest that the BIR revert to price surveys for floor price determinations for recreational nicotine products. We also believe that that the price surveys, as in RA 10351, should be more transparent so that it can be audited by civil society and the academe as well. Also, we noticed that in the way that the RA 11360 was constructed, roll your own tobacco seems to be given a specific tax that is practically equivalent to that of cigarettes. Best practice from learnings in Europe, for example, from the experience of the Europeans, is that it's usually better to have a slightly higher specific tax for roll your own tobacco. This is not to contradict the statements of having tobacco products being taxed in a manner that there's similar burden among the products. Actually, with roll your own tobacco, what tends to happen is that you have lower tax burden for roll your own tobacco because you can usually make more cigarettes from the typical amount of tobacco that is being dispensed as a unit in most countries. So this is why in the United Kingdom and in Australia, for example, you see that roll your own tobacco is taxed by weight at a slightly higher rate than conventional cigarettes. Furthermore, we also saw some provisions in RA 11360 that allows for some flexibilities in ways that the revenue from tobacco excise taxes are earmarked, particularly in relation to Republic Act 7171. So while we understand that it's important to do flood control projects and other similar initiatives, the current policy direction as signaled by RA 10351 is that these tax policies should ideally fund universal health coverage, health promotion. It should fund the transitioning of farmers to alternative livelihood programs that would hopefully result in economically viable alternatives. And it should also fund other worthy initiatives such as education, increasing the flexibility for the number of initiatives that could be funded by RA 7171 could slightly water down the intent of RA 10351. So we hope that these comments are considered, Honorable Chair. So we will be submitting a position paper with all of these points considered. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll call on Health Justice Philippines, Attorney Laperal.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We join our partners in civil society in urging the Senate to reject House Bill 11360. But first, we are grateful for the commitments made by the Honorable Chair today. And we also support the move to impose a flat tax on all vapor products, regardless of nicotine content. We recognize this as a step forward. But as earlier recommended by Dr. Limpin, it should go hand in hand with harmonizing tax rates across all tobacco products. All of these products are harmful and should be taxed accordingly. The principle is that to be effective, tobacco tax systems and administration must be efficient, predictable, and easy to enforce. And also following this principle, we do express our objection against the alternating tax rates, which is also present in the vape provisions of the bill. Far from promoting efficiency, the proposed alternating tax increases complicate what is straightforward fiscal policy, and it increases the likelihood for misreporting, underdeclaration, or compliance delays. We reiterate that retaining a uniform annual rate or inflation index mechanism would reduce administrative burden and safeguard against any manipulations. Your Honor, we also want to caution against this because we saw in the proposal that there is a delegation to the President of the power to raise excise taxes. The Constitution allows such delegation only for tariffs and duties, not for internal revenue taxes. Taxation is a core legislative power, and it must remain where the Constitution places it, in the hands of Congress. And this is a clear violation of legislative authority and a dangerous precedent for public finance. We also wanted to point out some red flags in the bill's provisions concerning vapes. First, with respect to linking tobacco tax hikes to economic triggers like deficit levels rather than public health goals. This is an alarming shift and opens the door for industry interference. Public health taxes should not be subject to macroeconomic factors, but rather should be grounded on science and serve the clear purpose of reducing tobacco harm. Next, using smoking prevalence as a trigger for tax policy reviews is also deeply problematic. This opens the door for industry arguments that taxes aren't working, and so instead of recognizing sustained higher taxes as essential for reducing tobacco use. We believe that any review mechanism must be clearly anchored on strengthening tobacco taxation as a health measure. We also find the transparency and accountability mechanisms in setting floor prices lacking. We need a robust process that includes consultations, especially with public health experts, and possibly an independent oversight to prevent gaming and to ensure that floor prices serve their purpose to deter, not encourage consumption. There should also be more stringent floor or stock inventory taxes and serious penalties to be put in place to prevent manufacturers from flooding the market before tax hikes, because these are predictable under the conditions that might be placed under this law. We have to make sure that we do not undermine the health and revenue goals of this tax measure. Finally, Mr. Chair, as mentioned by Dr. Anton, we do notice the proposed revenue allocation in the bill, and it reduces the funding. We are afraid that it reduces the funding for universal health care and redirects it to sectors less directly linked to health outcomes. This counters the policy adopted in our existing laws and dilutes the polluter pays principle at the heart of sin taxes. That is that revenues from these harmful products must prioritize the health systems burdened by their impact. Worst, it creates discretion-based transfers that are vulnerable to political interests. Again, Mr. Chair, we join our civil society partners in urging the Senate to reject House Bill number 11360, to stand firm against industry interference and to uphold the mandate to protect public health. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, for standing for health for the Filipinos and especially our children.
Thank you, Attorney Laperal. We call on Ms. Riza Duro of Social Watch Philippines. Ano ba siya?
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat, Mr. Chair. Bago po ako magpatuloy sa aking pahayag, salamat po ulit sa paninindigang ang pagbaba ng taxes ay hindi po solusyon sa problema natin sa illicit trade. Bagkus, nakikisa rin po kami na dapat palakasin pa ang mga enforcement agencies laban sa lumalaganap na smuggled paper products. With that po, mapatuloy po ulit ako sa aking pahayag. Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Maikling pakilala po, ang Philippine Smoke-Free Movement ay isang pambansang koalisyon na binubuo ng mahigit 100 organisasyong sama-samang nagsusulong na isang smoke-free at vape-free na Pilipinas. Isang bansa kung saan ang bawat mamamayan, lalo na ang kabataan, ay ligtas mula sa panganib ng paninagarilyo at paggamit ng vape. Isang karangalan po para sa amin na makiisa sa mahalagang laban na ito at pagbigay suporta sa ating patuloy na advokasya kontra sa lumalalang problema ng paninagarilyo at vaping sa bansa. Ako po ay narito ngayon, Mr. Chair, upang basahin ang pahayag ng isa naming kabataang leader, isang tinig ng pag-asa, isang tagapagtanggol ng mas malusog na pamayanan, at isa ring biktima ng second-hand smoke. Ang kanyang kwento ay paalala sa ating lahat kung bakit kailangan ipaglaban ang bawat hakbang tungo sa proteksyon ng ating kalusugan at ang susunod na henerasyon. Narito po ang kanyang pahayag at panawagan. Ako po si Shaina Fernandez, isang kabataang leader mula sa Valenzuela City, miyembro ng Philippine Smoke-Free Movement Youth at isang biktima ng second-hand smoke. Bata pa lamang ako nang magkasakit dahil sa paninagarilyo ng mga taong nasa paligid ko. Paulit-ulit akong dinala sa ospital, hindi dahil sa sarili kong bisyo, kundi dahil sa usok na sapilitang pinasinghot sa akin ng iba. At ngayon, muling nakataya ang kalusugan ng libo-libong kabataan tulad ko dahil sa House Bill 11360 o Sin Tax Sabotage Bill. Kaya't buong lakas kaming nananawagan kay Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Magpahayag po kayo ng malinaw, matapang at matibay na paninindigan laban sa anumang probesyon ng HB 11360. Mr. Chair, kayo po mismo ay dating alkalde ng Valenzuela City, isang lungsod na kinilala ng Department of Health noong 2021 bilang modelo sa mahigpit at makataong patakaran laban sa paninigarilyo. Kayo rin po ay kasama naming tumindig at nagsulong ng mas mataas na buwis sa sigarilyo noong 2018 at 2019. Ngayon sinusubok ang katapatan sa prinsipyong ito. Ang lungsod na minsang naging kawaran sa pagprotekta sa kabataan ay nakatingin ngayon sa dating pinuno nito. Naghihintay, umaasa, nananawagan. Patunayan po ninyo na hindi po kayo nagpapagamit sa interes ng industriya ng tabako. Patunayan ninyo na hindi kailanman magiging pangalawa sa interes ang kalusugan ng kabataan. Ayon sa datos ng Global Youth Tobacco Survey, mula 12% noong 2009 ay bumaba sa 10% ang kabataang naninigarilyo noong 2019. Patunay ito, ang mataas sa buwis ay mabisang sandata laban sa adiksyon ng kabataan. Ang pagpapababa ng buwis ay hindi lamang simpleng desisyon pang-ekonomiya. Isa itong pagtalikod sa mga tagumpay na pinaghirapan nating makamit. Kapag pinayagan natin ang panukalang ito, para na rin nating ipinahayag na mas mahalaga ang interes ng industriya kaysa sa hininga ng isang bata. Ang paninagarilyo at paggamit ng vape ay patuloy na banta sa kinabukasan ng kabataan. At ang sinumang nagpapahina sa mga patakaran pumipigil dito ay lumilihi sa tungkulin niyang ipagtanggol ang susunod na henerasyon. Hindi po kami mananahimik. Hindi namin tatanggapin na isakripisyo ang aming kalusugan at kinabukasan kapalit ng tubo ng mga kumpanyang responsable sa sakit, adeksyon at kamatayan. Kami po ay patuloy na lalaban, patuloy na manindigan at sa bawat tangkang ipasok ang ganitong uri ng panukala sa alinmang sangay ng pamahalaan, kami tatayo at tututol. Senator Gatchalian, salamat po sa pagsama. Salamat sa pagtindig na hindi natin pababain ang taxes. Bagkus, palalakasin pa natin ang mga enforcement agencies laban sa illicit trade ng vape products. Buo po ang suporta namin sa iyo, Senator Gatchalian. Ipaglaban natin ang kalusugan ng kabataan. Panindigan natin ang pangakong iniwan ninyo sa Valenzuela, na sa lungsod at sa buong bayan, ang kabataan ay hindi kailanman pababayaan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Maraming salamat rin. We call on EER, Action for Economic Reforms, represented by Adolfo Jose Montesa.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of this committee. With your kind indulgence, we'd like to read a prepared statement supported by just a few slides. I won't take more than a few minutes of your time.
Go ahead.
So as we put the slides on the screen, let me begin first by thanking you, Honorable Senator Gatchalian, for your principled stance on this matter. We are very heartened to hear, number one, your position rejecting the rollback of the annual indexation on tobacco taxes. Number two, your recognition that illicit trade is an enforcement issue and not a justification for lowering taxes. And number three, your support for increasing taxes on vapor products, which we agree with. These positions are evidence-based, pro-health, and fiscally sound, and we deeply appreciate your leadership on these issues. We know that in Congress, sometimes sound science and strong policy do not always prevail. But today, your voice affirms that the Senate committee continues to stand for public interest over industry profit. So we still welcome the opportunity to briefly present the key findings that support your position. If you go to the first slide, please. Both to reinforce the facts and to put on record why several provisions of House Bill 11360 are harmful and must be rejected. On the first slide, we want to make sure that there is no ambiguity. The proposals in 11360 are a tax cut on cigarettes and other tobacco products. If it were to be implemented by 2035, the bill would make cigarettes at least 19 pesos cheaper per pack. That's not even considering VAT and profit margins. 19 pesos cheaper per pack compared to the current law. On the next slide, we want to point out that removing the automatic indexation or lowering the automatic indexation is not a neutral adjustment. Rather, it is a tax cut in real terms. That's an economic concept. When tax rates don't keep up with inflation and income growth, then the real value shrinks, which both weakens the price signal for smokers or the incentive impact, and as well as reducing government revenue. So you'll see that on the slide, that in years when we didn't have indexation, tax collections as a percent of GDP fell in those years, even if nominal taxes increased. In fact, and this was pointed out by several members of this committee, if we are serious about maintaining or even strengthening the public health impact of sin taxes, we respectfully urge the committee to consider, in fact, increasing the indexation tax rate of the tax rate to 10% annually. This accounts not just for inflation, but also rising incomes and purchasing power, and helps to sustain the deterrent effect of higher prices. Next slide, please. Third, we strongly agree and echo your view that illicit trade is a problem of weak enforcement, not of high tax rates. There is no credible evidence, whether from multilateral institutions like the World Bank or the WHO, even from local academic institutions, there is no evidence that tax hikes drive illicit trade. In fact, the real solutions from the evidence suppose that improving enforcement and implementing track and trace systems are the best solutions to curbing illicit trade. In the next slide, we also wanted to show you and point out that the rolling back of indexation would not just be a fiscal issue, but a public health threat as well. Based on our simulation using the TETSIM model, House Bill 11360 would have resulted in an estimated 1.86 million new smokers, or almost 2 million new smokers by 2035, and an increase of over 500 million cigarette packs consumed. As Dr. Tony Dance mentioned, that contributes to an annual economic burden of 750 billion pesos per year. On the fiscal side, next slide please, the rollback would have resulted in 176 billion pesos in foregone excise tax revenue over the next decade, funds that should have gone to universal healthcare, PhilHealth, and other life-saving programs. Thus, your pronouncement earlier that we are not even considering the rollback in taxes is commended. We commend your proposal that focuses on stronger enforcement and harmonizes and increases the taxes on vapor products. These products, as pointed out by the doctors earlier, are aggressively marketed to young Filipinos and remain significantly undertaxed. So for your consideration, we would also like to float some recommendations. First, in addition to the ad valorem tax on vape devices, we do propose a specific tax to be imposed as well. This would act as a minimum tax floor, ensuring that very low-priced devices, which are often the most accessible to youth and low-income consumers, would still be taxed adequately. Second, we would echo what our colleagues from SIATCA and Health Justice also mentioned on the minimum floor pricing. I think it is essential in any track and trace system that transparent data, which would be made open to the public, to our regulatory agencies, would help not only to ensure that the taxes are effective, but that the industry is not overshifting and using the tax rates as an excuse to capture more profits. If you go to the next slide, Mr. Chair. What we're actually observing, we use data from publicly disclosed financial statements from the SEC, from the tobacco companies, comparing them side by side with government revenues. So it was pointed out that government tax collections are fluctuating, have been fluctuating in the past few years. But we point out that the revenue and profits of the tobacco industry has been stable over that time. So it really does beg the question, if we're collecting less taxes and yet the tobacco industry is generating the same amount of revenue and profit. These are not illicit traders, quote unquote, Mr. Chair. This is the legitimate tobacco industry that's here present today. If they are collecting more revenue and profits, that really does beg the question, if government is receiving less, then where is the money really going? So it's important and crucial to have a discerning view and a track and trace system on this matter. That said, Mr. Chair, we would like to respectfully raise one note of caution. While we fully support the advancement of these discussions to increase vape taxes, we hope that the proceedings are not used at any stage of the legislative process to justify any reduction in taxes on other products, tobacco products. This has been an industry tactic in the past to concede on one front to win rollbacks on another. We are hopeful that you as the committee chair would remain committed and vigilant against these tactics. And we believe it is important to state this for the record, as you have done, that any weakening of the tobacco tax policy in the guise of compromise will ultimately harm both health outcomes and government revenues. Thus, we respectfully place on record our hope that this committee's firm stance today serves as a clear policy signal that protecting public health and fiscal integrity takes precedence over commercial interests. Mr. Chair, on the last slide, we just like to again reflash the next slide. Our final policy recommendations. Number one, to increase the indexation to 10% annually to reflect inflation, income growth, and to strengthen deterrent effects. Number two, strengthen tax administration as you have outlined in your policy proposals earlier, including measures on track and trace, minimum floor pricing. And number three, we do support the increase in the tax on vapes, and please do consider having a specific component to ensure that there is a minimum tax floor on vape devices as well. So to close, Mr. Chair, we'd like to thank you for your openness to dialogue and to evidence as well. Your leadership on this issue is not just about this one bill. It will be about defending the health and fiscal future of our country. Your decisions today and in the remaining weeks of the 19th Congress and beyond will send a powerful signal about the direction of the Senate and the government's priorities as well. We are counting on you to continue putting public health and fiscal integrity above commercial interests. Thank you for this opportunity to present your position. Good afternoon.
Maraming salamat. Thank you for that. We now go to importer of vapor products, and we're fortunate that we're joined by proponents of vapor products, or people who are in business of importing vapor products. We invited Mr. Thompson D. Of One Tech Ventures OPC, and I read your position paper, Mr. D, earlier. Wala siya. CR. We'll call on Mr. Principe, Robbie Principe of Arogin Consumer Electronics. Any comments, Mr. Principe?
Sir, Glenn C. po, Vice President of
Glenn C.
Arogin. I would just like to comment on the taxation. If we level the taxation for freebase and salt nicotine, it would be very detrimental for the sales. It's tantamount to saying that it's going to wipe out our sales, because as it is right now, we're having a hard time. I'm talking in behalf of the legitimate products in the market. We're having a hard time competing with illicit products because the illicit products are priced at around 300 pesos SRP. And that's close to our COGS right now. So our price, even the cheapest in the market for the legitimate products, is double than whatever the illicit products are selling. And that's considering the illicit products that are premium pa. The non-premium illicit products can be sold as low as 150 pesos. So it would proliferate and it would incentivize illicit products in the market. Na it's like telling them na if you're a legitimate product, you would have a hard time, and if you're an illegitimate product, it would be all the positive sides of selling a product, a vape product is there for them. So I would, in my opinion, sir, I would like to propose siguro, sir, in between na tataasan pa rin yung freebase, pero not to the extent of leveling it with the salt nicotine. Because the salt nicotine products, when I'm one of the first siguro, sir, na one of the few na nagsimula magbenta ng vapor products dito sa Philippines. I started selling 2014, 2013, around that time. So I could say na medyo grassroots na nakikita ko from the ground up. And a lot of the sellers right now are kumbaga umaaray na sila dun sa taxation natin ngayon. And that's one of the reasons why they kumbaga para sa kanila, kung magbebenta sila ng illicit products, kahit mahuli sila, kumita pa rin sila at the end of the day. So, kumbaga, it would wipe us out na we're trying to be 100%, well, we are 100% legitimate and we sell only legitimate products. As it is, again, sir, we're having a hard time. And if we take it to the next, take the level of the freebase to the salt nicotine, we could be non-existent in the future. And kumbaga, if we're talking about taxing legitimate products, kung hindi kami makakabenta, then there's no tax to be collected. Thank you.
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Principe, for coming. In fact, we invited 7 importer of vapor products so that our discussion will be comprehensive and we hear all sides, including those who are into the vapor product business. So, but only 2 responded. I was advised that Mr. Thompson D already left. So you represent the entire vapor product importer ngayon. Kaya assign kita. Mr. Principe, to the best of your knowledge, paano ba nakakapasok tong mga illicit vapor products? Kasi nasa negosyo ka, so I'm sure you know the terrain better than all of us here. You know the business very well. Ako naniniwala ako, if you're into the business, you know the terrain. The good things and the bad things, di ba? So, but in your knowledge, to the best of your knowledge, paano nakakapasok tong mga illicit products, vape products?
Sir, there are a lot of ways. Siyempre, a lot of the...
You don't need to name names, ha?
Yes,
It's just the process and whatever you know.
To be honest with you, sir, a lot of the people that I used to, kumbaga, competitors and people who are in the industry, most of them, siguro I could say, parang nagpalit na lang ng industry. With the advent of the regulation and everything, it was a bit hard for everyone. Kasi, kumbaga, we started out as a side hustle. I quit my corporate job for this when I started. And a lot of people in the industry before, they're not the big time importers, eh. So a lot of the newer importers right now are more on ina-empower sila nung pinag-i-importan nila, meaning the suppliers. So I'm not privy to who or which group yung nag-i-import, pero they have their own ways. And as far as I know, maraming kumpol-kumpol na hindi yung isang malaki lang. Maraming maliliit, tapos sabay-sabay, sir, na nagpaparating.
Ng illegal, ng
Yes, sir.
illicit, marami.
Yes, sir.
And in your kasi walang formal survey on illicit vapes, eh. Unlike in cigarettes, there's Euromonitor, there's other, but in vapes wala pa, no? So ngayon puro estimates lang. But in your personal knowledge, so 100%, ilan ang illicit, ilan ang legal? Based on your own personal estimate lang.
Conservative, sir, siguro 80.
80 ang
80 ang illegal.
80 ang illegal. No, yung mga ganito, di ba? 80% illegal.
Yes.
So, pag pumunta ka sa isang store, 80% ng kanyang binebenta doon, yung hindi natin nakikita, sabi nga kanina ni Asek Marcos, nasa likod ng store, nasa ilalim, 80% ng kanyang produkto illegal. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then, sabi mo, marami nag-i-import.
Yes,
Ito ba ay, best of your knowledge, ito mga illegal, imported o gawa dito?
Mostly imported, sir.
Mostly imported.
Mostly imported.
So, pumapasok ng customs.
Hindi ko po alam, sir.
I'm sure pumapasok ng customs. Diba? Hindi man naman kailangan sabihin kung sino, no? But I'm sure pumapasok ng customs. Pero ring local. Sabi kanina, merong local manufactured, eh.
If I would, to the best of my knowledge,
To the best of your knowledge lang,
local, hindi masyado, sir. If we're talking about yung
illegal, yung illicit.
Sir, yung
mga ganito.
Yung pinresent yung
yan. Ito,
bottled e-liquid kasi, sir.
Yan. Ito.
It's mostly locally made.
Ito.
Ang bottled e-liquids.
Okay.
Sir, meaning hindi po siya yung all-in-one system katulad nung disposable vape.
Ang disposable vape is imported.
Opo.
Lahat yan.
Opo.
Itong mga ganito, ito.
Mostly po yung mga e-liquids locally made.
Locally made siya.
Opo.
Ano yung mga imported?
Yung disposable vape, yung all-in-one systems, meaning
yung mga may pods.
Opo.
Yung imported yun.
Opo.
So itong mga itong mga ito is local to?
I would like
based on your experience lang.
Yes, sir. Based on my knowledge, yes, most probably local siya.
Okay. And saan siya ginagawa?
I'm not sure, sir. Depende po sa gumagawa. Mostly bahay.
Bahay lang?
Bahay lang.
Hindi sa let's say may factory, merong business permit, bawa,
hindi po.
Vape mixer, ganyan. Well,
before, sir. Before.
Hindi, based on your knowledge lang,
Before the regulations. Usually may mga factories yan, sir. Pero nung nagkaroon ng regulations, hindi na.
Hindi nga, dapat nga yung regulation, mas dapat naglegal pa sila, bakit naging illegal? So sa bahay-bahay lang to?
Sir, kasi if you would look at the taxation for the bottled e-liquids, minimum, more or less, ang sa market is 30 ml talaga.
Oo.
Yun yung tinatangkilik ng mga consumers. If it's a salt nicotine, the taxation would be probably around 600 something pesos. That's for the tax only. That does not include the manufacturing cost and everything, and yung mga tubo pa ng mga dealer and everything. So a 30 ml would probably be around 1,000 pesos in the market if you sell it legally or more. Pag yung mga walang tax and everything, ang SRP niyan, sir, more or less mga 100 pesos, 150.
Pati nicotine salt, kaya gawin dito?
Yes, sir.
So freebase, kaya gawin dito?
Yes,
Sa
sir.
backyard? Nicotine salt, pwede rin gawin dito, backyard?
Yes. Yes. Sir, nicotine salt is basically adding only an acid agent to normalize the pH level of the nicotine. So, freebase is, kumbaga, salt nicotine is a byproduct of a freebase nicotine. Freebase nicotine is harsher because it has a higher pH level. So, if you want to make it not harsh and a higher, kaya po nagdadagdag ng nicotine level dahil yung mga devices, mas mababa na ang wattage. So, the lower the wattage, the harder it is to heat the e-liquid. the lower the temperature of the nung device, mas hindi efficient yung dispersal ng nicotine to aerosol. So, that's the reason why nicotine salt was made, to cater the lower wattage products. Kasi kung matatandaan din natin, yung mga devices before, yung malalaki, yung pinakita ni Dr. Limpin kanina na maraming usok, that was freebase. Nung nagkaroon na po ng mga cartridges, yung refillable cartridges, salt nicotine na po yung ginagamit dahil it's a smaller device, it's more compact, so the battery would definitely be smaller, the wattage capacity would be smaller, so it would match the efficiency of kumbaga, aerosolization, maging aerosol yung e-liquid.
To date, as we speak, kung bumili ka ng legal na nicotine salt, magkano ngayon sa merkado? Legal, ang ibig sabihin may taxes.
Merong isang brand, sir, na meron, I think ang 10 ml nila, sir, nasa 600 pesos. I'm not sure. More or less, sir.
Ang legal.
Legal.
Pag illegal, magkano?
Kung 10 ml, sir,
Nicotine
kaya,
salt,
Nicotine salt, most probably, nasa mga 100 pesos.
So 100 pesos lang.
150. Sabi mo na, sir, kung premium, 200.
So ang layo ng presyo, 600 versus 100. Even
Yes, sir.
premium, 200.
Yes, sir.
And then, itong 100, 200, sa bahay lang ginagawa to.
Yes, sir.
Sa bahay lang. So yun ang trabaho nyo, DTI. Dapat kunin nyo nilang to si Thompson, no? Si Prinsipe. Diba? Siya nga, alam na alam niya eh. Diba? It's prevalent eh. Actually, alam ng merkado except gobyerno. No? Yun ang nangyayari ngayon eh. That's why I ask him to narrate to the best of his knowledge para malaman natin yung actual na nangyayari sa merkado ngayon. Kasi ang gobyerno lang ang inutil eh. Hindi alam kung anong nangyayari eh. That's why I'm urging DTI to act faster.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have regular coordination with the industry. I just cannot say for the record who we're coordinating with.
Kasi if the estimates are correct, 80% of the products outside are illegal, meaning they're manufactured here in the Philippines or they're imported illegally here in the Philippines. Yun nga yung nagiging problema natin pagdating sa mga bata. And those are the ones going under the regulation. The regulation is meant to strictly enforce the selling, advertising of these products. But hindi nangyayari yan eh. Ang nangyayari ngayon, 80% naga-underground. Yan, no? Available sa markado. Hindi ka naman magbenta ka ba ng illegal? Hindi naman siguro, eh, no? Kundi, hindi ka pupunta dito, eh. So, no, but I just want, kasi ako, I believe that the people in the business know their business better, no, than any one of us. Nasa negosyo nila yan. Alam nila yung competitor nila. Alam nila saan kumukuha ng supply. Diba? So, that's the real score. No? Of course, hindi siya scientifically conducted, but more or less meron ka ng pulso kung ano yung merkado. Diba? Yun ang importante. Diba? Yung freebase, Mr. Principe, magkano ang freebase ngayon? Meron pa ba nagbebenta ng freebase?
Sir, wala naman masyado.
Ngayon?
So, if we're talking about yung bottled e-liquid, sir, hindi
ito. Freebase to eh. Ito.
So, to be honest with you, yung bottled e-liquids,
Ito.
hindi naman ganun karami yung gumagamit yan, sir.
Itong freebase na ito?
Yes, sir.
So, ang mas malaki is nicotine salt?
Ang mas marami, sir, yung all-in-one na disposable.
Ay, all-in-one na.
Yes, sir.
Oo.
That's probably makes up for about 85 to 90% of the market.
Yung all-in-one is 85, magkano? 85?
I mean, sir, yung all-in-one na disposable vape makes up for probably 85 to 90% of the market.
And when you say all-in-one, ito yung mga may pods.
Yes, sir.
Diba?
Yes, sir.
But some of the... Ay, pakabukas nga. Ito yung mga... pero itong mga ibang pods, pwede mong lagyan rin ng refill, di ba?
Usually, sir, yung mga all-in-one systems, hindi...
Ito.
Hindi na po. Once you consume the product, you throw it out.
But this one is, in your estimate, is how many % of the market? This one?
Probably around 80%.
80% of the market?
80% of the market uses it, sir. It's very convenient, sir. Kumbaga, you buy it, you open the product, tapos
Ito ba
you use it.
mayroon bang illicit to?
Yes, sir.
Meron ring
Yes,
illicit
sir.
to?
Yes, sir.
But ito, hindi nagagawa, may gumagawa domestically ito?
To my knowledge, sir, wala.
Wala, so imported
Wala,
lahat
yes,
to? Okay. So itong mga ito is just mga 10 to 15% of the market?
Yes, sir.
What you're saying, this one is
Yes, sir.
80 to 85% of the market?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, kasi yung bottled
Ang bango,
e-liquid...
Amoy candy. Ito talaga. Actually, ngayon lang ako So, ito ang mas malaki, in other words.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, paano pinapasok na? Do you know kung...
Sir, based sa company namin, sir, we need to have proper documentations first with
Pero ito ba
BIR.
marami, yung illicit, marami bang nagpapasok nito?
Marami, sir.
Marami.
Marami.
Pwede mong sabihin sa DTI mamaya.
Sir, to be fair, we've been, we're working with, especially the legitimate companies, we're working with BIR, DTI, na, kumbaga, we're working together naman.
Well, obviously, you're a legitimate businessman or else you will not be here. Diba? I mean, you're, like I said, among these seven, only 2 responded. We wanted to be fair to all the sectors so that we invited everyone, no? So that we will also understand your business, of course, the impact to your business, and how to mitigate if ever there will be negative impacts. No? So we need to look at the entire picture.
Thank you, sir.
So, do you have any more information that you want to share with us? So ngayon pala ang vape is sorry sorry for my ignorance. Ngayon ko lang kasi nakita ito no. So wala ni malalaki, puro ganito na.
Wala
Tama
na,
ba?
sir. Yung mga
pinakita ni Dr. Limpin.
Wala na
Parehong
yun, sir.
kasi age kami ni Dr. Limpin kaya yung mga alam namin, yung mga muluma na Ito yung mga bago na. Wala
Yes,
na yung
sir.
malalaki.
Wala na, sir.
Okay.
Meron siguro a few. Very, very few.
Pero ito na yung pinakabago.
Yes, sir.
And this is called freebase, diba?
Well, legitimate products, we use freebase to, kumbaga, at least man lang maging mas affordable siya. So,
But this is freebase. This is, tama ba, BIR? This is taxed as freebase.
Yes, Your Honor.
Depending on the ML.
On the ML, yeah.
Okay. Wala bang ganito na nicotine salt?
meron, sir.
Meron, pero yun yung mas maliliit, no?
Sir, if the difference between freebase and nicotine salt, it's the same liquid, it's the same e-juice and everything. The only way you would know is through chemical analysis.
Pero may ganito na freebase rin?
Yes, sir.
Meron rin?
Since nilalagay po sa loob yung e-liquid, yung liquid na hiniheat, depende po dun sa maglalagay kung yung e-liquid na ilalagay niya is freebase or salt nicotine.
Okay. Ito, magkano ito sa merkado? This is freebase, Freebase to.
Usually, sir...
Yung may tax, may tax.
Yung may tax?
Oo. Yung,
more or less, sir,
More or less lang.
600 to 800 pesos?
600 to 800.
More or less.
Yung walang tax.
As I said, sir, kanina, na 300.
Mga 300.
300.
Mas mahal to? Yung freebase, mas mahal kaysa sa nicotine salt? Kanina sabi mo yung nicotine salt is 100. Yung walang tax, Tama ba?
Yung mga illegitimate, sir, na nagpaparating. Usually, ang ginagawa nila, ginagamit na nila is nicotine salt. So, kumbaga, hindi na sila gagamit ng freebase. Kasi, if you use freebase with that kind of device, mas hindi siya satisfying or masakit sa lalamunan, medyo harsh siya and everything. So, kumbaga, to be honest, the optimal e-liquid that should be there would be salt nicotine.
But this is freebase, This one I'm holding.
Yes, sir. Kumbaga,
So, meron pa sa market.
minomodify lang nung manufacturer na para lang hindi mataksan ng mataas.
Okay.
Freebase na lang yung gagamitin.
So, yung itsura ng freebase, tsaka itsura ng nicotine salt, yung, what do you call this? Integrated? All-in-one?
All-in-one, yes, sir.
Isa lang ang
Yes, sir.
itsura?
Iisa lang po.
Ito, isa
Opo.
lang? So, you cannot tell whether this is freebase or nicotine salt?
Kung hindi ko po gagamitin.
Kung hindi mo gagamitin?
Opo.
Okay. So, in other words, pwede ko i-declare as freebase, pero in actuality, it's nicotine salt.
Pwede po. Pero kung legitimate, like say, sir, kami, yung process namin with the DTI, we have TRA. Yung sa toxicology report namin, na hindi kami makakalusot sa kanila na kung freebase ba yan or salt nicotine.
Pero sa estimate mo, ilan sa 100% of the market, ilan ang nagmi-misdeclare ng ganito?
Sa
More or less lang.
legitimate product, sir?
Hindi, ilan sa 100% of the product, ilan ang nagmi-misdeclare na freebase siya pero nicotine salt ang benta niya?
Sir, kung
More or less lang,
kung may papeles yung isang kumpanya, hindi sila makakapag-misdeclare, sir. Medyo mahirapan sila. With the safeguards for DTI.
Pero meron, di ba? Merong nagmi-misdeclare.
To be honest, sir, sa mga legitimate companies, I think wala.
Okay. Pero meron rin illegitimate entities.
Yes, sir.
Ilan yun? Ilang porsyento yun?
Ang dami, sir. More or less, mga...
Ilang porsyento lang? In illegitimate entities, hindi siya companies kasi obviously...
Sir, illegitimate meaning wala talaga silang registration and everything.
Yan,
More or less na nagpo-proliferate sa market.
In 100% of the...
70 to 80%, sir.
70% to 80% are illegitimate
Yung
sellers.
mga nagpapasok ng illegal.
Nagbebenta na rin, obviously.
Yes.
Diba?
Yes.
Kasi nagpapasok ka, so nagbebenta ka.
Yes, sir.
Gusto mo magtrabaho sa DTI, dapat DTI ka na yata magtrabaho, no? Kasi parang mas marami kang alam kaysa sa... Right. Thank you, Mr. Principe, for that information. Ano naman to, we just want to get a feel of the market kasi we don't have any studies. This vape issue, in all honesty, just came about maybe just a few months ago. So we just want to get a feel of the market. No? Thank you for being a good citizen of this country, for operating a legitimate business. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, sir.
Ano ba si ano? Mr. Thompson, is that... akala ko you left na, but sige, Mr. Thompson, any comments on the discussion?
Yeah.
I think but I read your position paper, and thank you very much for sending your position paper.
Yeah,
It was
thank you
quite
po.
comprehensive. So you might want to discuss your position paper so that will be part of the records.
Your Honor, we'll just read our conclusion regarding the House Bill number 11360. So what we see right now, Senator, if it is passed in its current form, it will not protect public health nor ensure effective tax collection. Instead, it will push the industry into the shadows where there is no safety, regulation, or revenue for the government. We urge our lawmakers to take a second look, not to destroy the industry, but to regulate it with wisdom and fairness. Because if the question is, how can we sell? We cannot. Under this bill, the answer, neither than the PIR can collect anything from what's left of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, what's happening now, based on, and I don't know if you agree with Mr. Principe, that almost 80% of the products sold outside can be considered illicit.
Yes po.
Do you confirm that? I mean, based on your experience, again, you guys mas kabisado niyo itong industriya more than us. Mas alam niyo yung negosyo niyo, so we just want to get a feel of the situation.
Yes, sir. About 70 to 80% po.
Of the products?
Of the market, of the whole market.
Of the whole
illicit
market.
Products po.
And then in terms of yung mga nagbebenta, the entities, almost 70% are considered illegal entities, meaning they're not registered with the DTI and the BIR?
Yeah, we can say that, yes po.
So in other words, as we speak right now, almost 70 to 80% of the vape industry is considered illegal and illicit. Except kayo yung 20%, of course, no? But yung 70
I can categorically say yes po. Almost 70 to 80% of the products that exist right now are illegal products.
And that's the one killing our children.
Yes po.
Kasi they're not passing through any of the medical organizations, the DTI, and even the BIR. So that's why to the DTI, and I can see why our health advocates are very disappointed with the regulation bill, because the regulation bill is not functioning. The regulation bill, the vape regulation bill, is aimed to regulate, making sure that all products and all entities engaged in the selling of vapes are legal. But then again, if we don't enforce, kung nasa opisina lang tayo, wala talagang mangyayari. Ito yung nangyayari na ngayon, 70 to 80%. And these are the gentlemen who are in the business. That's why they know the industry and the terrain very well. So again, to the DTI, we demand action. So pakisabi kay Secretary Roque, we demand action. Because nakita naman natin in data kanina, 40% of adolescents, meaning teenagers, are smoking vape. Increased from 7% just 5 years ago. Ang nakakatakot dito, hindi natin alam kung ano yung ginagamit nila dahil hindi walang toxicology reports. That's where we are right now. So submit to the committee an action plan, and we will not take this lightly. Sisingilin namin kayo, especially malapit na budget season. So make sure that you submit to us a credible, feasible, and effective action plan. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Anything you want to add? Yeah, Mr. Principe.
Sir, to be fair with DTI, BIR, and BOC, recently, kumbaga, regularly naman, may mga nagche-check, and recently, meron silang malaking operations with raiding illicit products. And it's a very big help din sa mga legitimate companies.
Mr. Winson, Mr. Principe, kung kayong gagawin head ng task force against illicit vape, ano yung unang-una nyong gagawin? Kasi mas alam nyo yung terrain di ba? Anong suggestion nyo to the DTI and to us? Even kami sa Senate, we provide funding Anong suggestion nyo sa amin para ma-enforce namin? Gusto namin yung mga tulad nyo na legitimate, di ba? Na may konsensya magbenta ng legitimate. Ang ayaw natin yung mga, yung sinabi nyo kanina, 70 to 80% na illegitimate entity. So what do you recommend to government, to all of us, including myself? Anong tingin yung dapat gawin ng gobyerno? Top 3, kung meron kayong 3 suggestions.
I think, good Senator, it all starts with BOC po. Siguro kung hindi po nakakapasok doon sa BOC, doon pa lang makakombat na po natin yung mga illicit products.
It's a good suggestion. Well, definitely, wala ang BOC ngayon. No? Hindi sila pumunta ngayon. But we'll take note of that suggestion. Yes, go, Mr. Jetro, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, not really para buhatin yung bangko ng BIR, but one effective measure, I think, that the BIR was able to do last year was when we subjected even imported vapor products to the stamp system. The numbers will show that noong 2023, there was just 11.2 million ml of vapor products that were imported and paid taxes to the country. As simple as that, yung number lang. Noong second half ng 2024, noong in-implement na ng BIR yung stamp tax system doon sa vapor products, dramatically for 2024, nag-increase yung numbers natin to 130.5 ml. We're not saying that this is the only measure that we're doing. There are a lot of measures that were done also, especially on the regulatory end and on the enforcement end. Dito sa what I'm saying simply is that there's no one solution to this problem, and kailangan consistency. Dahil nga nag-iiba yung terrain ng game, no? Once the government does something, meron ginagawa, nagiging online ang distribution networks. Tinry natin na i-regulate yung mga malalaking marketplaces. Ang ginawa, ibinebenta siya ngayon yung vapor products either as parang mga USB, di ba? Ibinebenta siya as mga kung ano-anong gamit eskwelahan. Pero pag nakita mo 'yung picture, that's clearly a vape product, no? na recognize noong mga consumers ng product na yon. So marami ho, dynamic ho and changing ho yung field ng na for us to think of a Deus Ex Machina solution or a panacea to all of our problems, medyo hindi ho siya appropriate dahil these solutions are evolving and the market is evolving.
Thank you, Mr. Jetro. Any more suggestions? Mr. Principe and from Mr. D, kung meron pa kayong any more suggestions? Kung meron kayong mga suggestion to how to enforce?
Kumbaga, sir, the reason why nandyan sila, sir, sa DTI and is because they're the professionals with that. Pero definitely kung ano man yung maitutulong ng private sector siguro, sir. We're here.
Thank you for that. So we're also joined by friends and resource persons from the tobacco, heated tobacco, and vapor products companies. We'll start off with former Congressman Jericho Nograles. Any comments on the discussion?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the Philippine Tobacco Institute, I thank you for the opportunity to present our position on House Bill number 11360, which seeks to amend Sections 144, 145, 147, 263-A, and 289 of the NIRC. And the PTI reiterates our continuing commitment to a balanced, data-driven approach to excise taxation. We'd like to thank you for integrating our comments on the past 3 hearings. I think those are very long hearings, each one of them. And if we count the number of hours there that we've put on and off, both from the industry, from our health advocates, from the government, and from the committee, we've really worked hard in stating our cases, in each of our cases. And I will not belabor the committee by reiterating things that have already been established. So we'd like to begin our position by reiterating the prerogative of Congress to determine the tax policy. It is not our place to dictate the rates, and rather we respectfully urge that such decisions be guided by sound evidence and grounded in the real-world decisions and the real-world consequences of policy implementation. As your partner in this process, we appeal for sobriety in discourse and policy formation, not rhetoric but facts. Earlier, we listened to a lot of the positions, and I'm sorry to say, Mr. Chair, I have not heard so many positions against, the health advocates on how to address illicit trade. They just want to junk the bill, throw these 4 hearings away. So we're here to help the committee fight illicit trade, to help the government officials collect taxes from legitimate industries and to stop illegitimate industries. I don't represent the vape industry, but listening to them, it's the death of a legitimate industry and the rise of an illicit industry. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Chair, I heard condemnation, so much condemnation for legitimate industry and zero condemnation for the illegitimate industries, for the illicit traders, illicit importers. It's just heartbreaking, Mr. Chair. In fact, some of the members of PTI reacted negatively in some charts which are misleading, especially the ones that talk about profit. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, that's misleading, and it's not my place to speak about profit because we're an NGO. Let the others
about it. Now, I'm happy, Mr. Chair, that you decided to consider the last three hearings, January and April, because we don't need to reiterate our shared experiences with Canada, Singapore, Malaysia. And today, we are fortunate, and I implore the chairman to give time to one of our consultants for the PTI that we flew in from Melbourne, who has more than 30 years of experience fighting illicit trade. He's the founder of an anti-illicit tobacco trade task force for the Australian Border Force. I hope you'll permit Mr. Rohan Pike to speak so that he can share the experience, and maybe our government and our Congress can learn from our neighbors to fight illicit trade. Which is the reason why we're all here. This is the reason why we had 4 very important hearings, and I thank you for that. Now, here in the Philippines, Mr. Chair.
See here?
Yes.
Okay.
It's right there, Mr.
maybe,
Chair.
yeah, later on we can.
Well, after I speak, Mr. Chair,
Okay, yeah.
pwede. Thank you. So, we always say that illicit trade is really the driver for access for underage consumption. It's not the legitimate industry targeting minors. It's the illicit. It's the illegals that target minors. We don't want trouble with government. We will not put ourselves behind bars for this. But it is those who operate in the illegal atmosphere that have that purpose, that space to enter into defeating the health targets. On the bill, just to be very objective, we express our support on minimum floor prices. It is an anti-smuggling safeguard. But for it to work, this mechanism must be developed in full consultation with stakeholders and periodically reviewed. So I agree with Dr. Javier. Let's work together for minimum floor prices. Pricing must reflect actual production, distribution, and tax realities. Otherwise, there's a risk of distorting the legal market and inadvertently opening more space for illegal actors. Earlier, Dr. Javier said that cigarettes are relatively inelastic. Correct. It is worldwide generally considered as relatively inelastic. But if there's entrance into illicit forces, then it becomes more elastic. So we believe that excessive tax increases in the absence of effective enforcement, kulang kayo, it's just overwhelming. We're very appreciative of the BOC, the BIR, the DTI, law enforcement agencies. Said it time and time again. Pero hindi sa nagkukulang kayo, it's overwhelming. On the vape, I just found out today, like you, Mr. Chair, they're being conservative when they're talking about 85-90. In Mindanao, where I'm from, we've proven it, more than 50% of the market. Some places, 90% of the market. Some 100. You can't say that it's relatively inelastic. Yes, globally. But without proper enforcement or overwhelmed enforcement, it becomes elastic. And that explains why you are collecting less and there's an increase of smoking in the youth, in the elderly, and in the adult population. On the proposed expansion on the definition of cigarettes to include roll your own tobacco, we respect the legislative intent. Our only appeal is for regulatory clarity. Roll your own tobacco under HS Code 2403 should not be confused with unmanufactured tobacco under HS Code 2401. It's unfortunate that we don't have anyone from the BOC here, but I think someone from the NTA is here would probably agree that it should not be confused, at least in the customs level. And that clear classification prevents enforcement errors and upholds alignment with global trade norms. Mr. Chair, the industry stands ready to work with this committee, and we're always happy to be here to have a sober discussion. The topic at hand are these NIRC provisions. We're not going to debate about health. But as far as government collection, balanced collection, looking at facts, we're right there with you. And we thank you for the time. We urge Congress to choose the path of tax optimization so that we may strike a fair, effective, and sustainable balance between health, revenue, and trade, Mr. Chair. Now, at this point, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn over my microphone to Mr. Pike, if you would allow, so he can share a little bit about Australia, Philippines, and the global fight against illicit trade.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that, former Congressman Nograles. So we recognize Mr. Pike, but before you explain to us your advocacy, may you please introduce yourself first and then your background so that everyone will be enlightened on your history and also your experience.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Rowan Pike. I'm a former Australian Federal Police Officer of 23 years and Australian Customs Officer of 2 years after that. Since then, I've been advocating in relation to illicit tobacco, which was my specialty during the customs period. And I now provide advocacy for various retail groups in Australia. I'd like to thank the President of the Philippines Tobacco Institute for inviting me to address you today and for you to allowing for that to happen. I'm grateful to be able to contribute to this debate and applaud you for your willingness to tackle this growing issue and listen to a wide variety of views. I founded Australia's Tobacco Strike Team, and that was the first dedicated illicit tobacco unit in Australia. And that experience, combined with 25 years of law enforcement, has led me to advise governments globally on illicit trade prevention. The bill you are debating today attempts to balance the interests of government, industry, and the Filipino population. Having seen Australia's failed tobacco policy, I understand that you have an extremely difficult task. I also prepared for a cigarette and tax debate today, but my comments regarding the drivers of the illicit market and the criminal methods used by organised crime are equally relevant for both cigarettes and vapes. The harsher penalties you have proposed in this bill are welcome, as long as they are rigorously enforced. I note that authorities here are using high seizure rates as being the primary indicator of a job well done. I say that it is not an effective measure. Seizure rates merely reflect the amount of product that is out there and do not disrupt these criminal enterprises. Senator, I'm concerned by the very low prosecution rates mentioned by yourself earlier. It's easy to say, let's ban something. It's much harder to enforce those regulations. Australia only allows 3 flavours of vapes, and yet all of the flavours that you've seen today, all of those colours, are freely available in the illicit market at home. Australia's failed policy has seen a surge in illicit cigarette sales to over 40%, and illicit vape sales are over 95%. If you think 80% is bad here, we can beat that. And that is after a huge increase in law enforcement funding and focus on vaping. With respect, the statistics you provided earlier give me no confidence that the Philippines can mount a successful enforcement-led response to this issue. I would ask, why is the illicit vape market here 80%? Why hasn't it been stopped already? The explosion in illicit sales has come with a worrying increase in organised crime strength and violence at home. In only 2 years, my own home state of Victoria has seen over 200 arson attacks on shops and warehouses tied to illegal tobacco. There have been homicides, kidnappings, extortion, armed robberies of legal tobacco, all generated by the extreme value of tobacco products and the huge profits that they're fighting over. Feel free to Google Australia's tobacco wars and see for yourself the mayhem our policy has caused at home. Let's turn to the obvious driver of this global problem, the tax excise rate. Governments pull the taxation lever to reduce public health risks, curb tobacco use and generate revenue. In principle, that makes sense. But the reality is that the annual rate increases mandated in both the Philippines and Australia are now producing diminishing returns in government revenue and also fueling organised crime. We've already pulled that lever too far and have unbalanced the market. You have a chance to prevent making the same mistake with vapes as the Philippines has already made with cigarettes. Since 2010, Australia has raised excise taxes by 800%. A 20-pack of cigarettes now costs $40. You can find a similar product for between $12 to $14 on the black market. So about 3 times less than the legal product. At $12, a pack of cigarettes is as cheap as a legal pack was back in the mid-1990s. Similarly, in the Philippines, you can buy a pack for as little as 40 pesos on the black market, and unfortunately, your increasing adolescent smoking rates suggest that this is attracting new customers to the smoking habit. At 140 pesos for the legal packet, this is 3.5 times the illicit price and an obvious driver of the black market. The drop in legal consumers is most obvious when viewing the falling revenue rates. Australia has gone from 16.3 billion in 2020 to just 7.4 billion, a drop of 55% in just 5 years. The revenue in the Philippines has dropped 24% in the last 3 years. It's highly likely that the tobacco revenue here will follow Australia on that downward path unless there is a significant policy intervention from yourselves. The revenue returns for both our countries have followed a classic Laffer curve response, showing that the sweet spot when the excise rate for tobacco maximised the returns happened some years ago now. Economic theory shows that further increases to taxes will not increase revenue, it will only accelerate the decline. Both of our governments have misread the effect the explosion of the illicit market will have on those returns. This leads me to discuss the government forces that are charged with holding back the tide, our customs officers and other enforcement agencies. They are being bombarded with a virtual tsunami of illicit product. Border agencies are doing the best they can, but they're simply not resourced to cope with such volumes. To do so effectively would come at a massive cost to the state. Both Australia and the Philippines face similar difficulties in protecting our borders. Both of us have huge coastlines with many remote locations able to act as windows for illicit products. The Philippines has the added problem of being located right in the middle of some of the key source countries of illicit tobacco, including China, Cambodia, Vietnam, and Indonesia. While Australia has an increasing number of organised crime groups entering this illicit trade, the Philippines has the significant complication of having terrorist organisations using illicit tobacco profits to support their activities. While this new tobacco bill provides some welcome enhancements for law enforcement, the greatest help you could provide them is to freeze or reduce the excise rate, thereby suppressing the key driver. Police always talk in terms of prevention being better than the cure. Notably, Singapore and Malaysia froze taxes for some years, and it had a positive effect on their illicit rates. Apart from the changes to your taxation and enforcement that you're already looking at, I would urge the Philippines to consider tobacco harm reduction strategies. The science is clear that combustible tobacco is the most dangerous form of nicotine consumption. There are, however, numerous healthier alternatives to cigarettes, like vapes and pouches, for those who cannot or do not want to quit their nicotine habits. If the Philippines were to incentivise those safer products through proportionate tax measures, combined with an education campaign, you might find that a sizable proportion of your smoking community moves to safer products, which would greatly benefit the health of your community. Finally, Australia's policy mistakes should be a flashing red light for Philippine regulators. We've seen the chaos that follows when taxation overshoots its mark. The result hasn't been better public health. It was black markets, violence, and billions of dollars of lost revenue. The Philippines has the chance to get this right. By taking a proportionate, evidence-based approach, the Philippines can reduce smoking, stabilise revenue, and keep its citizens safer and healthier. Thank you.
Can you, if you have those studies from Australia and I think you mentioned Singapore and what's
I
the
think
other?
Singapore froze their rates for 8 years from 2006, and Malaysia, I think it was around 2010. I think they froze it for 3 to 5 years. Again, that is historical now, some time ago, but the evidence at that time showed that illicit rates reduced and gave the enforcement agencies a chance to catch up.
Just submit to the committee those studies.
Yes.
Yeah, so we can take a look at those.
I certainly will.
Thank you. Yeah, we have some. I have some questions, but I'll ask it later on so we can hear all of our resource persons. We're also joined by Mr. G's the best.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's actually Gijs the best.
Oh, sorry, Gijs the best.
Yeah, and you pronounce it perfectly. You pronounce it perfectly fine in the morning. So I was impressed by that pronunciation. I'm representing PMFTC Inc., the Philippine affiliate of Philip Morris International. So thank you for your time. First, you asked feedback on the unitary tax rate and what our position was. We agree on a unitary tax rate for freebase and nicotine salt products. However, our position is that it should be a lower rate versus combustible cigarettes. There's no combustion when using vape products, so we advocate for risk proportionate taxation. Vape is like heated tobacco products, and for that, I want to defer to the US FDA, who confirms that, and I'm gonna cite from them. And I'm focused on heated tobacco first, but then followed by e-cigarettes. The IQOS system heats tobacco, but does not burn it. This significantly reduces the production of harmful and potentially harmful chemicals. Scientific studies have shown that switching completely from conventional cigarettes to the IQOS system significantly reduces your body's exposure to harmful or potentially harmful chemicals. This is FDA, US. And then Mitch Zeller, the director of the FDA Center for Tobacco Products, adds, data shows that marketing these particular products, and he's talking about heated tobacco products, with the authorized information could help addicted adult smokers transition away from combusted cigarettes and reduce their exposure to harmful chemicals, but only if they completely switch. I'm just citing them. On top, there are many other countries that have similar opinions, and I just cite from the UK House of Commons Science and Technology, their committee report. And this is related to e-cigarettes. There's clear evidence that e-cigarettes are substantially less harmful than conventional cigarettes. Public Health England estimate e-cigarettes as 95% less harmful, although the evidence available does not currently allow a precise figure to be determined. So earlier we heard a quit rate of 4%. Hence, for us, it's ineffective at the moment, so we rather propose or encourage shifting to better products. So that's our position in general. And then on a related note, Mr. Chair, you have been asking for revenue predictions, right, for the various tax proposals. And for the complete appreciation of the committee, we have prepared revenue projections. And if you allow me, I have 3 slides. I can quickly guide you through.
Yes, please go ahead.
We can skip that. Oh, we go very fast now. If you go one back, sorry. Okay. Thus far, the focus was on the illicit industry, but we didn't talk really about more about the legit tobacco industry. Sorry, but what we ignored is the fact that we have a 20% plus illicit trade incidents, and I'm talking 11 to 11.5 billion cigarettes. Never talk about lost governance, let alone that is 40 billion pesos per year. I'm talking 40 billion pesos for cigarettes alone. If I add the VAT to it, it's another 10 plus billion pesos. We talk 50 billion pesos per annum on government revenue lost purely by illicit. So the root cause comes from the fact that we have had substantial excise tax increases year on year. To put some numbers behind, you see bottom left, in 2012, the excise tax rate was 272 per pack versus 66.2 per pack today. This is a 23 times increase. On a CAGR, compound average growth rate, this is 30%, whereas inflation had a CAGR of 3% in the same period, and government collections went 13% up. These substantial tax increases forced us as an industry to take pricing and pass it on to the consumer. And this has resulted in a substantial total market decline. You see the numbers there, 103 billion in 2012, 56 in 2021, and now 44 billion in 2024. And also to correct our profits, this led to a substantial decline in total market, as well as steep decline in government revenues. You see 176 billion in 2021, all the way down to 134 billion in 2024. This is a massive decrease. And that's what I wanted to say earlier. Also to correct some statements that our profits have been growing. This is absolutely not the case. And our annual accounts are available. So you can, I refer to that because the contrary is happening in our industry. And so the steep increase in illicit trade is also a consequence of this. So if you look, and our Australian colleague referred to it earlier, there's a huge price difference between the legit market and the illicit market. Our cheapest product on the market is Chesterfield. This sells for 140 per pack, where illicit brands are available between 40 and 50 pesos. So if I add up the excise and VAT, this is a minimum of 83 pesos. So I don't know how they can retail at 40 to 50 pesos. I know how, but it just illustrates the problem, if you ask me. So we collectively face an issue today with the excise tax roadmap. Illicit trade is growing, government revenues are substantially declining, and worse, the number of smokers are growing as well. We saw 4.4 million new users, which was also a number that was presented before by our colleagues here. So if you look at the future, and that's the next chart, that picture doesn't look much better, I have to say. Illicit is deemed to grow, total number of smokers likely to grow, and the government revenues are deemed to decline. 180 billion over the next 5 years decline if you add up the numbers. This is really, really substantial. So how do we recommend addressing this? We go to the next chart. We recommend a holistic approach with four key focus areas. First of all, the excise tax roadmap for cigarettes. We recommend adjusting the current excise tax roadmap as it is getting ineffective, as I have just illustrated, and not delivering its objectives. Instead of a 5% increase every year, we strongly recommend a model of 0% for even years and 6% for the odd years. With this, the industry doesn't have to pass on the excise tax every year, which gives some breathing space to the market and likely moderation of illicit. As well, that it brings tax increases more or less aligned to the inflation year on year. 0.6% will generate the highest excise tax collection, 120 billion pesos, incremental versus today's roadmap. That's our estimate. Alternatively, an option could be 2% in even years, 4% in odd years. And this gives round about an incremental 100 billion pesos versus today. Not as effective as the 0.6, but at least much better than the current roadmap we have today. And such change to a roadmap is not uncommon at all. If you look at neighboring countries, for example, or countries with a close proximity, and a few examples have been made, Singapore had a tax moratorium for 5 years and managed to bring illicit down from 30% to 10%, while government revenues were significantly increasing. Malaysia, and also last hearing, Mr. Nograles referred to this. They had a moratorium for 3 years to bring illicit trade under control, also increasing government revenues. And lastly, Hong Kong. They had an 8 years moratorium to manage illicit trade. Subsequently, they decided to increase the excise tax again, but that had the adverse effect of increasing illicit again. So now in 2025, they applied for a tax break again. So it's very common that these proposals are being adopted by countries. Second, and we discussed this extensively, to create a level playing field, we recommend a unification of the excise tax rates for vapor products. I believe we all agree on this, having heard everyone here. And depending on the rate itself, this will translate into at least 10 billion incremental revenue for the government. In addition to this, we advocate for continuation and even scale up of the nationwide enforcement and prosecution, also on the back of the Anti-Agri Sabotage Act signed last year by President Marcos. But also here we discussed extensively, and thanks, Mr. Chair, for all your support and all the government law enforcement agencies for all the support in the past as well. It's much appreciated. And last, what we recommend is intensified government-to-government collaborations to address the substantial inflows from countries into the Philippines. I'm talking, and I share your views about the countries: Indonesia, India, Vietnam, Cambodia, China, and China especially for illicit e-cigarettes. A possible outcome, for example, could be that we implement regulation where a manufacturer needs to meet the regulatory requirements of the country they produce for, the market they produce for. We have that in the Philippines, and it helps us in terms of enforcement tremendously. But if I look at Indonesia, a major country of inflow, they don't have such regulation. So what I mean is it cannot be enforced. If you have a manufacturer in Indonesia and they produce, for Philippines, they don't need to have the tax stamp of Philippines on the pack. They don't need to have the health warning of the Philippines on the pack. So they cannot enforce in Indonesia. And that's why I'm currently seeking your help in government-to-government engagements on that front. And we can help as well because we have substantial footprint in a country like Indonesia, like we have in the Philippines. So we are very happy to collaborate on such an initiative with you. So those were, in a nutshell, the key points I wanted to share. Thanks a lot for your time, Mr. Chair, and for the opportunity to share our perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Heiss. We'll call on Mr. Blake D. Is he still here? Wala na. Mr. Winston Uy of Universal Leaf Philippines.
Good afternoon, Senator. I represent Universal Leaf Philippines. We are the largest tobacco growing and processing company in the Philippines. We have over 100,000 farmers, and we have about 85% of the market here in the Philippines. I just wanted to relay again the concern of what everybody said. The illicit trade has I spend my life in trying to make the tobacco globally competitive, and we are globally competitive in tobacco. So it's a good livelihood for our farmers in up north. And the illicit trade has challenged our domestic manufacturers on their sales. And I've seen the sales being challenged and the demand going lower on a product that we feel is very globally competitive. This is in light of what we see right now. I commend the president in lowering the tariff for rice and corn, which benefits 100% of our population. I just realized that we're the only country that penalizes the common tao with basic food in that 35% tariff that we have. But in lowering it, it provides a tremendous challenge out there in the farm. I see them. I talk to them. We reinvent. We find ways. And I see the desperation now because all our farmers are basically rice and corn farmers. In Cagayan Valley, we have almost 200,000 hectares in corn. The average income of corn farmers right now has dropped from about 50,000 back, and then a perfectly grown crop without any problems will make 16,000. That's if everything's perfect. So almost all corn farmers is marginal at best. Rice farmers have gone down from 76,000 to 40,000 because of the tariff lowering, but world market prices are still high, but it will come down as well, which you've seen that already. So we are providing a lot of livelihood out there, good livelihoods, sustainable livelihoods, working together with our domestic manufacturers as well as our foreign customers. And I just wanted to reiterate the need for us to be responsible, to be sober-minded. The biggest problem we have, you asked a question earlier, Why is everybody moving into vape? It is the cheapest form of nicotine. And the cheapest form of nicotine is in illicit vape. It's in illicit tobacco. So we're all here together with the health sector. Hopefully this health sector can understand the numbers that are skewed is based on the fact that illicit trade has gone up. It's not the business volumes of the legitimate manufacturers have come down. So there is, and for me, I face the farmers. I have a good crop, not as perfect. We worked our lives in making it globally competitive, but I see the pain of the farmers, and I'm providing. I've talked to our governors up north about coming up with a plan so that labor will go and plant tobacco, and the landowners can group together so that we can create industrial farm to grow corn, to grow rice. Industrial crops cannot compete against peasant grown. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. No equation can make it work. So we're here. I'm just here to just reiterate on the plight of our farmers. I'm providing them a vision of better livelihoods. We can grow more tobacco. We have demand from export, but I see our domestic the usage going down. Again, being responsible with everybody, but it's the illicit trade that's really killing us. They pay no taxes. They steal our health money, and they don't create local jobs. Most of the imported, the illicit cigarettes use tobacco from overseas also. So we don't get any benefit of that as well. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We're also joined by Mr. Wally Chamsey. I believe this is for vapes, no? Yeah, for vapes. So, yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to repeat a lot of the points that were already raised by many of the people in this table here, but a few things I wanted to just point out. The first thing, while it's very easy for a lot of health professionals to come forward and talk about raising taxes will solve the problem, there simply is no empirical data to show that. I think our friends from Australia already said that every time you raise tax, I mean, you've heard the price differentials already that we're facing in the local industry. The local product is so cheap, and the legal product is almost 3 to 4 times more expensive. Increasing the prices will make this 8 to 10 times more expensive than the local product, and it's not going to stop the local product. So I think enforcement is a very, very big item that really needs to be brought forward. I think if people can recognize this, I mean, if there are no illicit products, that's where all your youth vaping is coming from. That's where all the youth smoking is coming from. You think some 12-year-old kid can afford an 800 peso device? No, he's going to buy the cheap 200, 300 peso device. That's where all of it is coming from. So that's the first point I'd like to make. The second point I'd also like to make is that there has to be a basis on the rate that you're giving us. You cannot arbitrarily double and say, oh, since 1 ml is equivalent to so much and is equivalent to a pack of cigarettes, we're going to charge you this much per ml. Because we have other costs that aren't associated to the industry. For example, we have very expensive device costs. A device would hit you $3 to $4 per device. So how do you compensate for that loss? Our retail price is already way, way higher than cigarettes, as you've heard from earlier. So you simply cannot sort of like create a arbitrage rate and just say, eto na yan. Final thing I'd like to raise is it's a little bit more personal. Prior to distributing vape, I used to head distribution for British American Tobacco. And one of the reasons why we actually switched to vape is that in our early discussions, when everyone was still new, one of the things that the people at British American Tobacco said was that we're looking at harm reduction products for the future. And they've spent millions and millions of dollars proving that there is a basis to harm reduction. Now, it might not be perfect, but I can assure you there's an enormous body of evidence to refute everything that was raised here. So, what I'd like to say is this. As you know, 2 years ago, Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister of the UK, decided that his country would take an experiment. They would give away 1 million devices a year up to 2030. And he said, when this happens, by 2030, people will stop smoking. They will switch over to healthier alternatives. What if he's right? Can we actually afford to miss out on this opportunity today? So these are 3 things I'd like to raise. Thank you.
Mr. Chamsi, you mentioned earlier the tax rate, no? In the proposal here in the House, their proposal is to raise it to have a unitary tax rate at 66.15 per milliliter for both nicotine salt and freebase, no? This is the unitary proposal.
Yes.
Any comments on that?
It would be better if we could get 30. I think 30 would make the economics for us work so that we don't have to raise very much higher than what we have today. And I think if we can go on 30, you will get a more robust legal industry and people willing to pay taxes for better product. The illicit products are unregulated and they are, it's somebody cooking this stuff in his kitchen. The foreign products are subjected to so much inspection and so much regulation that you can safely say that the foreign products subjected to all, we have 3 different inspections for the products that come in. They're at least 50 times safer than the local stuff being made today. So everything, I think, will improve if we can just lower, at least be more considerate on the tax rate. So a 50% cut on that rate would be workable for us.
The 66.15 is from the nicotine salt.
Yes.
And then we're just applying it to freebase on the same
I understand.
basis.
I understand.
Yeah.
The reason why nobody use salt nic in their product is that it makes the product too expensive. So if we could find a middle ground somewhere that we can find a compromise between an increase in prices.
But that in effect will lower down freebase nicotine salt by half. Because right now it's already 66.15.
I have no idea how the two got split up and one was given a higher tax rate and one was given a lower tax rate.
It's the concentration of nicotine.
That's the basis.
That's the basis in the past.
I think that if you can lower the, I guess, well, not really lower. I guess if you can apply a uniform rate based on a 30 peso base, you would probably have less incentive for people who are bringing illegal product rather than raising it now. Because when you raise it, a legal product, a 10 ml device, one of those that you have there, the tax alone would already be 660 pesos, right? That's the retail price today. So you're talking about prices going up to 1,000. Now, great if we can stop the illegal product. If we can't stop it, you've heard that they're selling it at retail at 300 pesos. That's 300 to 1,000. It's very, very difficult to compete. Pwede pang kalahati. Kung sabi mo 500 is the legal product and the illegal is 300. Some people will say, I'll go for the legal product. But if the price disparity is so great, people will go for the illegal product.
I understand earlier that but what's happening on the ground, no, based from the discussion earlier, is because devices and products are disguised as freebase because of the cheaper tax rate, but it's actually being sold as nicotine salt. So that's what we're trying to address.
Sorry. Most of
That's the arbitrage that we're trying to address because of the difference.
here is what you need to see. All the legal product, and you've heard, because all the people who bring in product legally will bring in freebase simply because the tax is cheaper, right? And all the illegal product now is salt nic. And the illegal product, everyone always asks, why is there such a big disparity between the legal? And actually, it's not the price. Yung salt nic tastes better than freebase. So by putting at least parang patas na lang yung laban, if both can be salt nic, then the legal product has a better chance of making it rather than the illegal products.
I get your point, but right now, I mean, if you ask DTI, no one registered salt nic.
Yeah, that's true.
There is no in the eyes of the government now. There should be no nicotine salt in the country because no one registered with the DTI.
Opo, kasi the tax is very high.
Correct.
It's very prohibitive.
Correct. So that's already a signal. And like I said, I demonstrated that it's available.
Mhm.
Sabi nga ni Mr. Principe, unless you try it, you will not know.
Mm-mm.
No. So in other words, there is that technical smuggling happening because it's obvious, no, that no one registered for nic salt or nicotine salt
Mhm.
because of the higher tax rates.
Here is it. I can guarantee you all those 14 brands that see Attorney Valdez mentioned, nobody is using salt nic. We're too afraid. So, but everyone else who's bringing it illegally, yan yung nagsasalt nic. Because there's no checks eh. If I get held up, my whole container's gone, right? These guys, they don't have that problem.
If you're saying 80% of the market is illicit, they don't care, no? Whether it's salt nic, the freebase or whatever product. In fact, they're mixing it their own, no?
That's true, sir.
And that's happening. Mixing.
Yes. Unfortunately, you can learn how to make vape juice on YouTube. It's that simple. So yung mga debote, that's where everyone learns it, on YouTube.
Can you describe to us how can you make ito mga ganyan?
I don't need.
If you
I'm the business. I don't know how to make.
Based on your information, it can be done.
Yeah.
Informally. You don't need, let's say, a big machine or
No, I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that most of the components you can buy because they're baking components.
Hmm.
So it's not illegal. I think the only questionable product there would be nicotine.
Hmm.
But apart from that, everything else you can get locally from local distributors.
All right. Thank you. Thank
You're
you for
welcome.
your comments.
Thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute break, and I forgot to mention that this is a working lunch, so please feel free to partake of your lunch. I know it's already 2 p.m., but we'll take a 5-minute health break so that people who wants to go to the use the toilet, they can. So this hearing suspended. So let's resume our hearing. And the next will be Mr. Joey Dulay. Is he here?
Out pa.
He's
Nasa labas pa, sir.
nasa labas pa. Okay. So we'll call on Mr. Oplas of the Minimal Government Thinkers. Yes, Mr. Oplas.
Thank you, sir. I prepared only a two short two PowerPoint, 2 slides.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Can you flash the PowerPoint?
It's about Laffer curve again, sir, because I updated the Laffer curve containing the latest data as of full year 2024. So the relationship between tax rate and tax revenue has been affirmed again. So the theory is correct. Then I devised another chart, the inverse of the Laffer curve, or you may call it the Oplas curve.
Comsec, okay.
Yes.
Okay na.
Ayan, sir. Just two slides. So the first slide is about, this is my last column 3 weeks ago. The Laffer curve Philippines tobacco taxation from 2017 to 2025. The tax rate are indicated in the horizontal curve, no? The tax rate are on the law, based on the law, on various laws. And then the actual tax revenues are on the vertical side. So the law of unintended consequence kicks in. Instead of collecting more money, you collect less money. In collecting billions, you collect less billions. So the optimal tax rate in effect is 50 pesos per pack. That happened in 2021. But because of certain pera billions tax, it didn't happen. The reverse happened. Okay, and they don't want to admit that there's a relationship between tax rate and tax revenues. The actual data, these are data from the DOF and the BIR itself. But the latest data there is for 2024, it declined to 134.4 billion pesos. So it's not exactly beautifully, like Mayon volcano slope. It's a little bit of down, a little bit flattening. It's going down. Next slide. This is my last slide. So the inverse curve of the Laffer curve is the Laffer curve is inverted. This is a little bit of U, no? Roll to a check, parang right mid. So if, in a sense, the passionate desire to collect more taxes inadvertently is enriching the smugglers, terrorists, bombers, etc. because they're the ones who are doing the illegal smuggling, illicit trade. So as tax rate increases, the price gap between legal and illegal increases, as shown by the Philip Morris guy. The legal of Chesterfield, 150 pesos, and then the illegal is 50 pesos. So 100, kung ako, gusto ko lang mag-use, hindi naman ako pumapatay ng tao, hindi naman ako nag-rape. Gusto ko lang mag-use sarili ko. Bakit ako bibili ng 150 pesos, andyan naman 60 pesos? So it's perfectly rational human behavior. And some people think that is wrong, it is illegal to think rationally, no? Dapat bawal. So the law of unintended consequences occurred. In effect, the health groups that want more billions have become the unintentional allies of the smugglers and criminals. So what to do? Instead of further raising the tax, reduce the tax and make the price gap between the legal and illegal small, so that the price attractiveness of the illegal will be eroded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oplas. Mr. Dulay, are you ready here, sir?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. If you may allow me to read a short statement.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm Joey Dulay, President of the PSIA. I'm here today on behalf of the Philippine E-Cigarette Industry Association, representing over 300 businesses and 10,000 allied vapors who serve more than 1 million Filipino adult consumers of smoke-free alternatives. Firstly, we want to recognize the significant progress the government has made in regulating our industry. The passage of RA number 11900 was a landmark step in establishing a clear fiscal framework for vapor products. It acknowledged the role of these alternatives in harm reduction and set the foundation for responsible marketing, age restrictions, and product standards. We also commend the government's intent in House Bill number 11360 to create a unified tax structure. The proposed 2% to 4% annual increase is a step forward in reducing misdeclaration and promoting compliance, goals we fully support. However, we respectfully raise concern over the proposed tax rate of 66.15 per ml for vapor products. This rate is excessive and unsustainable. It will place immense pressure on legitimate tax-paying businesses, many of which are already struggling to compete with the growing illicit market. And worse, it risks pricing vapor products at or above the cost of cigarettes, undermining their role in harm reduction. This is not just a business issue, it's an economic one. In 2024 alone, authorities reported 9.19 billion seized worth of illegal tobacco and vape products, more than double the previous year. The BIR projects 240.3 billion in lost excise tax revenues over the next 3 years due to illicit trade. If we continue down this path, we risk losing thousands of jobs, weakening government revenue, and empowering the underground economy. We are not opposing taxation. We are advocating for a fair and sustainable rate of 30 pesos per ml, a rate that supports compliance, protects jobs, and ensures adult smokers have access to regulated, less harmful alternatives. We believe in working with government to craft policies that are fair, practical, and aligned with public health goals. Let us continue this collaboration to ensure that the regulation supports, not stifles, responsible businesses, consumer safety, and national economic growth. Your Honor, may I comment on some things that I've heard this morning and this afternoon?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
There were graphic pictures of how the industry sells its products. I would just like to correct the notion. It might give the impression that the whole industry is a rogue industry. There is a compliant industry. So I am part of that compliant industry. The DTI and the BIR set forth requirements, regulations, and so on. Yung RA 11900, Your Honor, is a very good legislation. Kailangan lang natin pong i-implement o i-enforce. Dahil po, ang pinag-uusapan dito kanina, ang mga kabataan, bawal naman talaga po sa RA 11900 magbenta sa below 18. Yung mga sinasabing mga pictures na nakikita natin kanina ng mga very colorful, nakaka-attract ng bata, yun po ay illicit. Hindi po namin yun binibenta kasi ang DTI po, meron ng regulation yan na bawal ang mga colorful. Hindi po papasa ang inyong produkto. Hindi po yan mapupunta sa merkado kung colorful nga, if attractive to minors. So talagang ang implementation po saka enforcement ang importante sa amin. I was in a forum, in a media forum a couple of months ago with the Commissioner Jun Lumagi of the BIR. And I expressly told him that kung ano kailangan ng industry, yung talagang enforcement. So that's the thing that we really need to to focus on is the enforcement. Dahil maganda po yung batas eh. Kung masusunod po ang batas, lahat po ng requirements ng DTI, ng BIR, tapos siguro kailangan din po nating tulungan ang siguro funding na rin para sa DTI enforcement, para sa BIR enforcement dahil napakaganda na rin po ginagawa nila. I think lang it's just a matter of putting more people, giving more budget to enforcement activities kasi ang ganda po ng effect eh. Tuwing meron pong last week, meron pong na raid ang BIR na napakalaking shipment ng illicit products na vape. Ang ganda po ng effect niya kasi na for some time matatago po natatakot yung mga illegal, no? Yung mga nagpaparating yan. Pero kung titigil ang BIR doon, mawawala po yung gains. So we want to push BIR and DTI to make it a regular thing. Talagang araw-araw. Nakikita naman natin na may mga post ng BIR. Araw-araw ang ikot yan. Sana tuloy-tuloy po at tulungan pa sila siguro budget mga tao, mga tauhan nila para makapag-ikot pa sila more probably sa mga probinsya na. Dahil dito naman sa Metro Manila, parang nako-cover naman nila. Yung mga sa probinsya, medyo matatapang po yung mga yung mga vape shops doon dahil baka hindi sila nabibisita. Kami po dito sa Metro, I'm a retailer. Si Mr. Glenn C. po kanina nagsalita about importers. So nasabi niya po ang mga sentiments ng importers. I will talk about yung yung sa mga retailers which I'm also a part of. Kami po sa mga retailer na mga compliant, talagang hindi po kami bibili sa illicit. Hindi po kami nasabing 70%, 30% or 80%, 20% na magdi-display po ng ng 20% compliant pero nasa ilalim ng mga stunty yung mga 80% na illegal. Marami po kaming ganyan. Hindi po buong industry ang ganyan. Kami po 100% compliant. Sa aming association, tinatanggal po namin ang mga nahuhuli namin ganyan. Kaya nga po medyo nababawasan ang membership namin dahil nga sobra kaming sumusunod. Pero nga, yun po ang kailangan eh. Pero pag narinig naman namin na itataas pa lalo ang taxes, ang excise tax, masyado na humalayo yung yung pricing ng illicit, lalo kaming mamamatay. Pardon the word, mamamatay po ang industriya namin. Wala rin pong maibibigay na tax. Dahil po, ganyan po, pag tinasan mo, magmumura ang illicit, mamahal naman ang compliant, mahirap din. Pati nga po na pag-usapan yung flavor, yung sinasabing 2 flavors lang may iwan o isang flavor na lang. Hindi po namin mapipigilan ng illicit dahil nagtitimpla sa bahay yan eh. So, bibili lang sa parang bakery supplies. Strawberry, haluan lang nila yung liquid nila ng strawberry, di okay na sila. Pero kaming mga compliant, yung mga gustong sumunod ng tama, tobacco at menthol lang kami. So we have to balance siguro the approach, Your Honor. Sana mapag-aralan mabuti. Dahil yung primary goal natin dito, mabigyan din ng koleksyon ng gobyerno. Matulungan kaming mga naghahanap ng alternatibo sa sigarilyo. Kasi po, feeling namin parang yung health advocates kanina, naririnig ko lahat yan. Puro mga bata po yung pinag-uusapan. Pero paano naman po kaming mga may edad na nagre-rely dito sa product na to? Dahil gusto namin ng less harmful alternative. Ako po isang I'm a living proof na nag-i-improve ang health ko. Dahil po ninigarilyo ako na matagal noon, mula high school hanggang 2009. Ang doktor ko nakakita ng spot sa lungs ko. 2009 yon. Sinabi sa akin, Joey, wag ka nang maninigarilyo dahil magiging emphysema yan, lalaki yan. Tama-tama naman po na discover ko yung vape. Mula noon, nagpapacheck ako. Hindi na ho siya lumaki. Bagkus hindi na nakikita. sa mga imaging na mga MRI, ganyan. So, ako po, sa akin, naniniwala ako sa tobacco harm reduction. Yung ano yan.
Sir Dulay, you're the president of the Philippine E-Cigarette Industry Association.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, do you agree that yung sinabi kanina ni Mr. Principe and ni Mr. Dina, almost 70%? Tingnan ko lang notes ko 80% illegal products ang vape and then 70% illegal entities?
Wala kaming
Ano
talagang
lang,
data, no? Pero
walang data, it's just
informal data.
yeah,
Kahit sa
parang
mga
estimates lang, estimates.
I would agree to the 80% illicit products in the market.
And yung mga retail, yung mga nagbebenta, 70% are also illegal, meaning they're not registered, they're not registered with the DTI, they're not registered with the BIR. Is that correct? Is that more or less lang, estimates?
Some are not registered, some are registered. Yung nabanggit kanina na nagdi-display lang ng compliant products sa harap pero nasa likod yung mga o nasa ilalim yung mga illicit products. Pero most of the products that they sell, this illicit sellers, is I think I would agree that would be around 80%.
80%?
Illicit. Yeah.
So kung 100% ang vape retailers, almost 80% are what we call
let's call it hybrid, Your Honor.
Non-compliant.
Yes.
Or unscrupulous kasi pakitang tao lang yung legal na products pero sa likod mas marami illegal.
Nangyayari po 'yan kasi pinapakita naman ng BIR pag sila po nagre-raid. Ganun nga, sa harap, mga compliant. Tapos ang nare-raid nila, hindi compliant. Lumalabas parang mga...
So mga ganun, mga unscrupulous sellers, mga 80% of the total?
Kasi, yes, it follows na if you have 80% illicit products, the vape sellers also will be able to find those products na mabebenta nila.
So in other words, if we raise the excise tax to 66.5 per milliliter, yung mga hindi nagbabayad o patago, hindi magbabayad pa rin yun.
Lalo
yung
na
mga
po,
nagbabayad, yun lang ang magbabayad. So in other words, 80%. If you're saying, estimate lang naman to, I don't have any data, 80% hindi sila magbabayad pa rin.
ganun pa rin yun, Your Honor. Hindi pa rin sila magbabayad. Bagkus siguro lalakas pa loob dahil lalaki kita nila dahil lumalayo yung legal products na pricing sa kanila. So lalo silang lalakas. Kaya po, doon kami natatakot lang po sa baka hindi po naintindihan masyado yung effect ng pagtaas natin ng rates sa excise tax. But we support the idea of unified tax rate.
You support the unitary. Okay.
Yes, yes.
And if we ask you, what do you think is the appropriate unified tax rate?
We were before
Kanina I heard si Mr. Chamsay at half ang kanyang nakikita. But in your opinion, just to enrich the record,
Yes,
I'm not saying naman na yun ang gagawin. You just want to capture the opinion of everyone.
Yes po. That's what I did. I talked to our members. I talked to industry players, mga stakeholders, and we came up with yung 30 pesos per ml. That's why as the head of the association, nung parang yun ang naging naging parang agreement with them. Yung nagkakalapit lahat doon. So we pruned it down. Lumabas 30 pesos per ml na baka mabuhay pa yung industry, yung compliant industry. So yun po ang pinopropose namin is 30 ml. Total po, kung pag-uusapan naman po yung parehas lang ng Saltnik ngayon, ang sasabihin mas mababa sa Saltnik ngayon ang rate na 30 pesos per ml. Hindi ho magandang yun, parang analogy, hindi magandang comparison yon dahil wala nga hong collection ng BIR sa Saltnik products. So we cannot compare. It's not apples to apples. Parang hindi rin siya comparable dahil zero nga ang collection ng salt nick. So we find yung parang we have to strike a balance kung ano yung pinakamagandang rate na tutuloy ang industriya, mapoprotektahan ng gobyerno, mapoprotektahan din ng youth through enforcement. Enforcement talagang bagsak nito, Your Honor eh. Saka yung tax rate. Yung tax rate, pag tayo tumaas masyado, mamamatay naman ang isang industriya. Hindi naman namin I'm not an health expert, pero maraming katulad ko na umaasa na makapag-vape kasi ayaw nilang manigarilyo dahil alam nila nakamamatay ito. Wala naman pong talagang study na yung talagang vaping itself killed a person. Wala.
But the 30 pesos so is below, that means bababaan pa natin from where we are right now. Right now it's 57.33.
Right now, Salt Nick, Your Honor, is 57.30.
Correct.
Freebase is 60.67. No, it's 65 per 10 ml. Pero nga po, hindi na pwede nating i-compare sa Salt Nick na 57.30 dahil wala naman pong compliant na business na nagre-register po ng Salt Nick eh. So pag tayo ginitna natin to, I believe it would translate into to more compliance. Talagang naririnig ko rin naman po yung mga katulad nung nagsalita kanina na member namin na pag basta ano lang natin maprotektahan din ng compliant industry. Ano naman yan eh, lalaki ang collection. For sure po, siguro naman hindi naman ako economist din pero ang ano lang is yung layman's way of thinking. Pag medyo mababa ang or the amount is just right for the tax rates, marami pong maiengganyo pumasok sa negosyo na ito at magko-comply sila. Kailangan lang po natin talaga higpitan siguro yung pagdating ng mga illicit products o paggawa ng illicit products. Dahil lalo silang tatapang lalong magiging lalo silang magiging rogue yung mga yung mga illicit, mayayabang na nga dahil parang sila na yung sila na yung nagdidikta ng industriya Parang nawala na sa aming mga compliant na compliant na players Parang sila ngayon yung masakit po para sa amin tanggapin na ang industriya po ay napupunta sa illicit.
Thank you for your honesty, Mr. Dulay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat. We're also joined by Mr. Anton Israel, the Nicotine Consumers Union of the Philippines.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Gatchalian. Ang aking magiging pahayag ay maiksi lamang po, grounded on consumer behavior and attitude. Pero bago ako magtapos, mag-iiwan po ako ng 2-minute video that encapsulates our position on this matter. So after makapakinig ako ng mga talakayan dito, may nabuuhong puzzle sa isip ko. Senator Gatchalian, can taxes stop nicotine addiction? Ayun ang tanong. Habang yung addiction ay namumutawi, nandiyan dyan, magpo-prosper din yung mga smuggling, yung illicit tobacco trade. So habang hindi pa natin nakikita yung solusyon, hindi pa natin nakikita ang kasagutan kung kaya bang pigilan ng buwis yung aming addiction, pagdating po sa House Bill 11360, suportado po namin yan. Pero kung 66 pesos and 15 centavos per ml, masyado na pong madugo. Hahatakin po pabalik yung mga nakamove on na. Yung mga gumagamit na ng less harmful devices, less harmful alternatives. Tinuturing po namin ang tobacco harm reduction as a good contribution to public health governance. So kapag yan ay tumaas na, hindi naman nangangahulugan na titigil yung mag-vape yan. Maghahanap po yan ng mga illicit at mas mura. Yung iba pa baka pumunta ng palengke, magtabas ng tabako. So ang addiction ho talaga napakahirap pong kontrolahin. Kaya imbes na i-penalize sila, itulungan na lang po na magkaroon po tayo ng win-win solution Ready na po ba yung ating? Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po, Senator. Audio? Audio. Walang audio. Yun. So, ayun, yun lamang po. So, hindi po napi-play yung video. Hanggang 30 pesos lang din po kami sa NCUP. Thank you.
And they should not. Smoke-free products are not cigarettes. And they should not be taxed as if they were. These products, while not risk-free, are significantly less harmful and have already helped millions of smokers begin their transition away from smoking. But a proposed tax of 66.15 pesos per milliliter threatens to block that transition. When legal alternatives become unaffordable, people don't quit. They turn to what they can afford. And what they can afford is often unregulated, illegal, and dangerous. In 2024 alone, authorities seized over 3 billion pesos worth of illicit vape products. According to the Department of Finance, the government loses 40 billion pesos each year in taxes due to cigarette and vape smuggling. But this isn't just a revenue issue. Proceeds from illicit tobacco trade have been linked to terrorist financing in the region. The same smuggling routes used for counterfeit cigarettes are now being used to flood the market with illegal vape products, misdeclared, untaxed, and unchecked. When access to less harmful regulated options disappears, consumers are forced underground. And legitimate businesses, those who follow the rules, are punished by unfair competition. Nicotine addiction is a hard habit to break, and without access to less harmful options, that struggle only gets harder. That is why we call for a fair, effective, and enforceable tax. 30 pesos per milliliter. A level that protects public health, restores government revenue, and, most of all, makes hope affordable. If we want them to quit smoking, we can't make the better choice too hard to afford. Let's not turn a health solution into a luxury. Set a fair tax. Make the better choice accessible. Keep hope within reach. 30 pesos per milliliter is not just a number, it's a lifeline.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Israel. Maraming salamat po. We also have colleagues from, sorry, I didn't see this earlier, Alliance of Public Health Advocates, Samuel Madriaga.
Yes po, Mr. Chair. I'm a representative of the youth sector po, no? And I'm honored to be here sitting on this table kasi kanina pa natin napag-uusapan ng mga kabataan, and I think I would like to take the time to really discuss with you and tell you the stories and the narratives of what's happening on ground pagdating sa mga kabataan, on our behaviors and what influences our health-seeking behaviors. First of all, good day, Honorable Chair. I am Sam Madriaga, a medical student from the University of the Philippines College of Medicine, and the Chief Executive of the Alliance of Public Health Advocates. So we are a youth-led health organization that works to strengthen local youth health systems through the increased participation of the Filipino youth. Mr. Chair, we have witnessed how you have strongly stood for the sin tax reform. And hearing your statement earlier that we will not weaken our sin taxes, but rather expand its scope, including vape products, and strengthen our administrative and enforcement measures, serves as a great reassurance for us young people that you continue to serve as a champion for our health and our future. Dahil katulad po ninyo, Mr. Chair, naniniwala rin kami na ang pagbaba ng sin taxes ay hindi sagot sa pagbaba ng paninigarilyo naming mga kabataan, kundi ang kailangan namin ay isang malawakan at konkretong reforma sa edukasyon, social services at kalusugan para sa mga kabataang Pilipino. At may patunay po ako na naratibo kung paano po ito nangyayari. Before I begin, allow me po to share the story of Leah. Leah is a 20-year-old that we met during our youth health assessment in 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic. When we asked po si Leah about her biggest health challenge during that time, because we're trying to assess the behaviors of young people that influences them to take risk-taking behaviors din po mismo, what she told us is that smoker si Papa since I was young. Lagi ko siyang nahuhuli na nagsusmoke at nagkaroon ako ng early symptoms of lung problems dahil sa secondhand smoking. At 17, bumigay ang katawan ko at na-admit ako sa hospital dahil sobrang daming naipon na bara at plema sa lungs ko na mostly ay galing sa sigarilyo. Grabe ang trauma ko. Natuloy na minsan ng luha ko kasi sobrang sakit sa dibdib tuwing uubo ako. Leah, Mr. Chair, is only one of the 42% of the Filipino youth who are prematurely exposed to secondhand smoking and have been a collateral damage of the smoking epidemic in our country today. And this is also resonating among our young Filipinos because on our consultation and assessment, especially with young workers and young students who have become addicted to tobacco and vaping due to overlapping socioeconomic and mental health concerns, along with the primary perpetuation of the prevalent manipulation of both legal and illegal industries, making young people believe that all cheaper alternatives like vape or e-cigarettes are far less dangerous, which are not true. Mr. Chair, on the ground, we have a recurring argument earlier po, no, that increasing the price gap between legal and illicit cigarettes or kumbaga yung mga illegal cigarettes natin results to the increase in nicotine users. However, we young people believe that this can be misleading because on the ground, our experiences are defined beyond these factors. I think ang magandang tanong po dito ay bakit nga ba nagve-vape yung mga kabataan tulad namin and which eventually triggers harmful behaviors such as addiction. On the ground, Mr. Chair, throughout our campaign against smoking, we have repeatedly heard young people saying, mas mura pa rin kasi kuya ang yosi kaysa pagkain. And this is coming from young people who are working as construction workers. Or matagal ko na kasing gustong tumigil mag-vape, kaso nakakatulong sa akin yung vape para makarelax ako at makalimutan ng problema kasi parang magaan ng lahat. These are real stories, Mr. Chair, that define the future of almost 1 million young Filipinos who have learned to smoke and 423,185 adolescents who are deceived that vaping is safer than cigarettes. This is a manifestation of how widespread the impact of tobacco smoke screen among our young people is, rendering us vulnerable to multiple smoking-related illnesses and victims of the harmful influence of tobacco and vaping industry on our hard-fought public health victories. In our study po, Mr. Chair, almost 85% of young people claims that their health behaviors are primarily influenced by how smoking and vaping products are marketed on social media platforms, masking its harmful influence with the coolness, yung sa mga tricks na ginagawa po before, na gumagawa pa ng mga bilog using the mga vape, no, that they can do with vapor products and forming a norm that favors the vape culture. And this is huge, Mr. Chair, because I myself, an occupational therapist, we know that one of the key determinants of the development of a child and adolescent's behavior are the influences of its environment. We have grown to make vaping, especially during the pandemic, as part of this generation's norm and culture. I respectfully beg to differ, Mr. Chair, to say that illicit trade is the main factor to youth's vaping behavior, because there are more things to consider than this. In our consultation with young people, we have really appreciated our hard-fought battle po, no, for the passing of the sin tax reform, because we fought hard to make smoking less accessible and less appealing through higher taxes. And we have proven that this measure can be successful. If we loosen that grip now, especially on vaping products, more young people like Leah will suffer illnesses that they never chose in the first place. What we need in curbing smoking and vaping prevalence is not lowering or buffering sin taxes. What we need is stronger access to food, mental health care, health services that are funded by sin tax revenues, and a uniform tax increase on tobacco and all vaping products. On our consultation on the ground, our young people needs policies that would also expand restrictions on the use of vape in enclosed public spaces. Because right now po, ang sabi ng mga kabataan, only tobacco smoking are prohibited in most public spaces. marami pa rin sa mga mall, nakikita natin, mga kabataan din mismo ang nagve-vape. That's why it's also a trigger for them, no, to do risk-taking behaviors. Further, studies show that low risk perception on vapes, peer exposure, and its increased accessibility and the use of aesthetics actually influences our young people's behaviors that undermine the effects of the vape on their own health. Meanwhile, it also highlights that vaping prevention messages stemming from familial, educational, and community spheres improves young people's self-efficacy and strengthen their intentions not to vape. Actually, Mr. Chair, what the Filipino youth wants is better attention also provided by local government units on their harmful health behaviors. Because on our study, majority po ng mga kabataang Pilipino perceives that their barangays and even sangguniang kabataan merely help in raising their awareness on good health practices. There's also a need for us to maximize the use of technology as a medium for information dissemination, lalo na po for health promotion, so that we can combat the deceptive marketing practices of the vaping industry. Kasi hindi po kami dapat maging collateral na pinsala. We refuse to let our generation choke on the same deception and the lies of vaping products and e-cigarettes. We want to reclaim our freedom from these tools that only brings harm to our young people. We refuse to see another Leah gasping for breath and suffering from diseases that she was never responsible of. We refuse to watch vape and tobacco become a cheaper option than food and a more viable alternative than genuine mental health services. Kaya po, Mr. Chair, we strongly support your stance on maintaining same taxes on tobacco and on implementing a unitary tax on all vaping products and electronic cigarettes. Now more than ever, we, the Filipino youth, are more engaged and we are closely watching. In the last elections, approximately 40 million of us showed up, and this 40 million will surely demand accountability. We believe that this discussion po is about our right to breathe, our right to be healthy, and our right to live without the shadow of tobacco, our vape hanging over our future. Mr. Chair, I'm a firm believer na ang healthy kabataan ay para sa isang healthy kinabukasan. And we can only make this happen if we will treat the negative impact of vape products on the lung health of our young people similar to the health and economic burdens brought by tobacco. We do not need to mask the harmful effects of vaping as more therapeutic alternative to tobacco. We want to believe that this country can remain steadfast in upholding our dignity and lives over corporate gains. And hopefully, we can follow through this action without giving an opportunity for the industry to decrease the indexation of other tobacco products. We need you, Mr. Chair, to continue fighting with us at patuloy na maging kakampi sa isang mas malusog na Pilipinas, because we will remember who stood with us and we will continue to watch and remind you and all our leaders here in different government agencies that our health and future is at stake. Finally po, siguro gusto ko lang ding i-reiterate that we, the Filipino youth, offers our full support to all necessary actions to push for this reform against vape products po, no? However, we also want to emphasize that in these discussions, we hope that we can be given genuine avenues to equally participate in shaping and advancing a policy that concerns our health, and be seen that our participation is key to a healthier and better Philippines. Because it is pretty interesting, Mr. Chair, that we are talking about the fate of the youth, but we only have one or two here on this table who is able to lobby our narratives and experiences. But we do welcome this as a developing success for youth participation in public health. Maraming salamat po.
Youth at heart naman kami. So, we're joined also by Mr. Mata, Lorenzo Mata, Quit for Good organization.
Honorable Senator Wing Gatchalian and the Committee of Ways and Means, I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Dr. Lorenzo Mata, President of Quit for Good. We are a non-profit, non-stock organization advocating for science-based smoking cessation and harm reduction. Well, smoking remains the leading cause of preventable death and diseases in the Philippines, claiming over 117,000 lives annually. the 2023 National Nutrition Survey shows that adult tobacco use rose from 19% in 2021 to 24.4% in 2023. That this is an evidence that the current strategies are not enough. And in 2021, the Stop the Buff campaign was launched in an urban community. As published in the Journal of Medicine, University of Santo Tomas, the project showed the awareness, made awareness of the fact that that this cigarette is a dangerous product, but it also revealed a critical gap whereby many smokers, especially those who are heavily addicted, struggle to quit using the traditional method. And it is also noted that the access to cessation support and trained providers remain very, very limited. So tobacco harm reduction comes or offers as a science-backed alternative. The products like e-cigarette, heated tobacco eliminate combustion, which is the main source of toxicants, and is claimed and is estimated to be 95% less harmful than cigarette. This is supported by preponderance of scientific evidence by leading authorities and of leading countries authorities in smoking. We support the intent of the House Bill 11360 to regulate vapor products. However, the proposed 66 pesos and 15 centavos per milliliter is excessive. As already mentioned a while ago, it will risk driving the smokers back to smoking or toward black market. So we earnestly urge that for a lower risk proportionate tax rate to keep these less harmful alternatives accessible and affordable, and promote and support public health goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mata, for that. I think NTA wants to do some follow-up comments. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Considering that the majority of the speakers have touched upon tobacco, I might as well share the position of NTA on this matter. Mr. Chair, if you may allow.
Go ahead. Well,
Okay.
Sige, go ahead.
Okay, the NTA as a primary regulator of the legitimate tobacco industry and mandated to look into the welfare of the tobacco industry, tobacco farmers, we've witnessed firsthand the growing threat posed by illicit trade, unregulated actors operating outside the law, undermining the legitimate market, and depriving the government of vital revenue. We recognize the intention of the excise tax, which is to reduce smoking and raise revenue. But the result of the successive increases in excise tax tells a different story. Cigarette consumption has increased, but excise tax collections and demand for domestic tobacco leaf had declined. That is from 12.7 million to 3.8 million low. This signals a growing underground market that bypasses regulation, taxation, and accountability, crippling our tobacco farmers and other industry stakeholders in the process. House Bill 11360 offers a rational approach. it can help close the widening price gap between legal and illegal products. This, we believe, will give the tobacco farmers and other stakeholders the chance to recover, restore demand for locally grown tobacco, and ultimately increase excise tax revenue collection. House Bill 11360 is a step forward, a more sustainable policy, one that safeguards farmers' livelihood, upholds the integrity of government regulation, and effectively combats illicit tobacco trade. That will be all, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Ambros. And also we're joined by the Director General of the FDA, Attorney Teston.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, at magandang hapon po sa ating lahat dito. In view of the effectivity of RA 11900, my statement will be short regarding vape law. Mr. Chair, and my colleagues here and everyone attending today's committee hearing, the FDA, being a regulatory agency under the Department of Health, remains committed to protecting the health of the consuming public and stands with the Department of Health as the protector of the constitutional right of every Filipino to health. In its official position on the subject matter, as earlier discussed by my colleague from the Department of Health, and we reiterate, we will support under the whole of government approach any and all enhanced enforcement measures that will be thereafter adopted versus the illicit trade of vape products, all within the context of RA 11900, where the Department of Trade and Industry is the lead agency. And under RA 11900, we remain committed in providing technical assistance to the Department of Health and other concerned agencies for the development of standards and policies involving vape products. And we will remain vigilant in the monitoring of products, vape products in particular, with approved therapeutic claims. Because these products pursuant to RA 11900 remains within the jurisdiction of the Food and Drug Administration. That's it, Your Honor, for the Food and Drug Administration. Thank you po.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We've already exhausted all the resource persons. Are there any more who wants to enrich the records? We call on Dr. Dance and then Dr. Limpin and then Mr. Dulay. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kasi marami hong hindi totoo na nakakalat eh. Gusto lang sana naming point out yung mga ito. No? Apat ho yung nasa listahan ko. Una, may nagsabi ho na ang pagtaas ng presyo ng sigarilyo walang effect sa paninigarilyo. Hindi po yan totoo. Napakarami na ng ebidensya. Isa po tayo riyan. Nung tinaas po ang tobacco tax noong 2012, bumagsak ang daming ng Pilipinong naninigarilyo from 31% at one point bumagsak pa to below 20%, no? Dahil sa pagtaas ng presyo. Marami tayo hong natanggap na recognition and awards sa iba-ibang bahagi ng mundo dahil nagawa natin ito. No? Pangalawa ho, hindi totoo na pag binaba ang buwis, mababawasan ang smuggling. Masyado pong malaki ang kaibahan ng presyo ng smuggled at saka legal tobacco para maapektuhan nitong napakaliit na pagbawas sa presyo ng tobacco. At marami hong lumabas na literature na ho, pwede ho naming share sa committee to show that lowering tax rates will not curb illicit trade. Ang major strategy to fight illicit trade, which we all are on the same side in this issue, the main strategy is tighter regulation. At nasabi nyo na rin po yun, sang-ayon po sa inyo ang healthcare workers na kasama namin. Pangatlo, hindi po totoo that vape is less harm. Let me explain. Sinabi na ni Dr. Limpin na marami hong mga substances na sa vape that can also cause disease. Pero pangalawa po, less harm siya maari kung ikaw ay dating naninigarilyo. Kasi kung ikaw ay dating naninigarilyo, pwedeng under supervision and prescription of doctors, vape can sometimes be used to make you stop smoking. Ang problema, karamihan ng vapor, non-smoker. No? So, baliktad ho ang effect sa non-smoker. When a non-smoker vapes, tumataas ang posibilidad na siya'y manigarilyo in the future. No? Pangatlong dahilan po, nicotine. Nicotine is the most harmful substance in tobacco. And it is still in vape. Bakit po ko nasabi yan? Kasi kung wala hong nicotine ng sigarilyo, walang maninigarilyo. Yan ho ang substance sa sigarilyo nagiging cause ng addiction. So, dahil yan ay nasa ating vape products, it will propagate nicotine addiction, especially sa mga kabataan. Pang-apat po, hindi po totoo na ang kaisa-isang magiging determinant ng ating revenue ay yung tax rate. Yun po yung sinasabi. Meron siyang sa x-axis yung tax rate, ang revenue sa y-axis. Yun po sa science tinatawag namin univariate relationship, no? Ang Laffer curve ay katawa-tawa. Baka kaya siya tinawag na Laffer curve. Hindi lang tax rate ang determinant ng revenue. Kung gusto natin malaman ang impact ng tax rate sa revenue, kailangan isama natin ano bang inflation, no? Ano bang dami ng population? Ano ba ang purchasing power natin, no? Napakaraming kailangan isama. So hindi ho totoo yung Laffer curve. Theoretical concept po siya. Hindi natin magamit siya para malaman ano ba ang tamang tax rate. Kaya ang ginagamit namin a more scientific, more sophisticated model developed by Walbeck, no? To determine what the proper tax rate must be. Pero ang nakikita ko, kung ignore na lang natin yung mga hindi to na kumakalat, isa ho lang ang mag-agree tayo na problema ang smuggling. Number one, no? Or illicit trade. At ang illicit trade, hindi lang smuggling yan eh. Meron ding tax evasion dyan, di ba? And hindi natin alam how much of that illicit trade is from tax evasion and how much is from smuggling. Sana alamin naman natin yan, no? Isa pang agree naman tayong lahat, kung illicit trade ang pag-uusapan, whether it's smuggling or tax evasion, ang tanging lunas po is tighter regulation, hindi po pagbawas ng buwis. Yun lang po from the healthcare sector. Maraming salamat po.
Dr. Limpin?
Yes, thank you po. Medyo I would like to be quite honest to everyone here. Medyo nakakakulo ng dugo kapag marinig ho ninyo na we are the health advocates here are accomplices to the criminals and smugglers ng bansa. Hindi ko po matatanggap yon. Number one, paano ho kami magiging accomplices to the criminals? Kami nga po ang nagbibigay ng buhay sa mga kababayan natin. At kami rin po ay naririto para pigilan na magkasakit at mamatay ang mga Pilipino. So paano ho mangyayari na ganon? And it is very clear the ones who are saying that are actually coming from those who are peddling products that are causing death and diseases to our countrymen. So, napakahirap naman siguro ang maisasabi ko lang dyan, baka kailangan ibalik ninyo ang statement na yan sa sarili ninyo. Kasi hindi po kami ang pumapatay sa mga Pilipino. Iyon pong mga produkto na binibenta ho katulad ng mga sigarilyo at ng mga vape products na yan ang siyang nagiging dahilan kung bakit nagkakasakit at namamatay ang mga kapwa nating Pilipino. We have to be clear about that. We are not also accomplices to smuggling in the country. Pinasabi ninyo dahil sa pagtaas ng buwis, yan ang driver for smuggling. But hindi sa mga ibang bansa napakita na ang pagbaba ng presyo dahil natakot po sila sa smuggling like in Canada, this actually led to more people being driven to continued smoking, and it did not also the decrease in the price did not lead to a reduction in smuggling. Therefore, ang sinasabi ho namin talaga dito, hindi ho yung presyo ng sigarilyo dahilan kung bakit nagkakaroon tayo ng smuggling. Ang dahilan kung bakit tayo nagkakaroon ng malaking problema sa smuggling is because of poor administration. Restriction, regulation ng ating mga produkto. Yan ay napakita na sa iba't ibang bansa. And therefore, we just need to be able to impose stricter regulations and tax administration pagdating ho sa tobacco and vape products. Hindi rin po yung pagtaas ng sigarilyo ang dahilan kung bakit dumadami ang hindi rin po yung smuggling lang ng mga illicit vapes ang dahilan kung bakit dumadami ang gumagamit ng vape sa mga what is real in the country. Smuggling lang marami po akong mga pasyente na ang RELX ba ay legitimate company? Di ho ba? They are legitimate company. At marami sa mga pasyente na dumadating sa mga clinic namin, RELX ang ginagamit. Ang heated tobacco products like IQOS, ito ho ba ay legitimate, coming from a legitimate company? Yes, di ba? Unless ang PMFTC, andyan ho si Ms. Serse, unless sabihin nila na marami silang ini-smuggle na mga IQOS, then probably there is a problem really. I do not know, no? Hindi ninyo pwedeng basta-basta kasi sa dami ng smuggling kaya dumadami ang mga tao na nagve-vape. It is really because of the nicotine addiction. Yung isa ho nating speaker, tinanong, can we stop nicotine addiction? I say, as a doctor, yes. And the means to stop the addiction is to stop using it. No, hindi ang alternative natin gumamit ng vape. Because it is not also true na gagamit tayo ng isang alternative that will also cause harm. Paano namin ibigay na alternative ang isang produkto na alam namin meron hong chemical na nagkokos ng cancer, meron hong mga chemical na nagkokos ng chronic obstructive lung diseases, meron hong mga chemical na magkokos ng pagbabara ng daluyan ng dugo sa puso. How can anyone who knows science and who knows medicine be able to recommend a product that we will know will end up healing a person? Yan ho ang sinasabi naming precautionary principle. Makikita ho ninyo, I am very emotional because I am hearing lies from people who does not know what science is all about. And yung sinasabi nilang public health England saying 95% less harmful, alam ho ba ninyo kung sino-sino ang gumawa ng consensus na yun? There were only 12 people who made that consensus. And guess what? 2 of the 12 came from tobacco and vaping organizations. So paano ho ninyo sasabihin sa amin na yung statement na ginawa ng Public Health England has no element of conflict of interest? And since there is definitely an element of conflict of interest, then we accept the statement that it is 95 less harmful. And when they were asked, these people, in the ones who made that consensus, when they were asked, where did they get that 95% less harmful? They could not even present any evidence. Therefore, that 95% less harmful na statement is not true. And we know that for a fact it is not true because we have seen people who got sick. We have seen people who died from the use of these electronic cigarettes. So, Your Honor, I am very, very emotional about this because I, as a health person, will not stand will not stand to let these lies just go unrebutted. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Limpin, for that very passionate comments. We'll call on, I think Mr. Dulay was raising his hands. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just on the comment on the intention of RA 11900 on the issue of flavors. No? In January 19, 2022, in the BICAM conference tackling the vape bill, the chairman of the BICAM committee was asked specifically the question if flavors are allowed, and if only the flavor descriptors are not allowed. And the chairman of the committee answered in the affirmative. Flavor is allowed, but you cannot put flavor descriptors that are nakakaakit sa mga minor de edad. Lastly, dun po sa ad valorem tax on devices na nakita natin kanina, ang devices po, tinatax na po ng VAT yan. So, pag dinagdagan po natin ng tax yan, parang double taxation na. Hindi naman po siya talagang parang essential, no, na i-tax kasi yung consumable naman parati ang tinatax. Sa sigarilyo po, if you compare it with cigarettes, ang sigarilyo lang naman po ang tinatax, hindi po yung lighter or kung ano man yung ginagamit, yung posporo, hindi naman yung tinataxan. Same taxes lang po din, baka VAT lang din sila. We fully support taxes on consumable products. Yun lang po naman, Your Honor.
Thank you for that. Where's meron pang si Mr. Tistor ng anong grupo po?
Good afternoon, Senator Gatchalian. I'm Saturnino Tistor, National President ng Philippine Tobacco Growers Association and also a farmer leader. I'm representing about 100,000 tobacco farmers in different regions. So, ang masasabi ko lang dito, talo ang tobacco natin, Philippine tobacco, sa ating foreign tobacco na ginagawa nilang illicit trade. So sana makita rin natin ito ang epekto sa aming mga magsasaka at nagtatanim ng tabako. Salamat po.
Thank you for that. I see, sorry, what AER first, and then I think si Mr. Oplas was raising his hand after.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If we may go back to the slides, I was not able to present one of the slides. I wanted to address one of the concerns of the industry because they've been saying that if we increase the taxes, it's going to kill the industry. But in fact, Mr. Chair, we collected data from the Philippine Statistics Authority on retail prices of cigarettes. And we found evidence that the tobacco industry has actually successfully increased prices, retail prices, more than legislated tax rates and VAT. So what does that evidence tell you? It tells you that they actually had room to increase their prices more than the tax rates. That it's not true that the tax rates are killing them. In fact, I showed a slide earlier on their profits. This is what Dr. Javier has been mentioning earlier. By overshifting, this is a concept called overshifting. They're able to game the market and actually make a killing of the cigarettes, killing literally by killing people and killing in terms of profits. So I just wanted to share that. We can send the slides directly to your office. On the second point on evidence.
Is that in your presentation?
Yes, it's on the slides.
Can
but
we, Comsec, can we show that just in the interest of getting details?
It's the second to the last slide. Right before the policy recommendations. There you go. So in gray is the legislated tax rate plus VAT. So increase year over year. The lines are actually how they were able to increase in retail price. So you'll notice they're all above the bars, meaning the tax rates did not only translate, but they were able to put a little more on top of that. In fact, I'd call your attention to a specific brand that I'll censor as brand MR. If the tax rate increased by 5.6 pesos in 2023, they were able to increase the retail price by 18.84. So if they're saying that the higher prices are killing them, then it begs the question, why are they increasing prices more than what the tax demands of them, Mr. Chair? I'd like to also point out to another evidence point. It's not in the slides. This is something that is consistent with the BIR statements. Earlier, the BIR pointed out that revenue grew from vapes from, I think, 11 million removals to 140 million removals in 2023 to 2024. This is part of actually a consistent trend that removals have been growing exponentially. In 2021, it was 165,000. In 2022, it was 3 million. In 2023, it was 11 million. And in 2024, it's 140 million. It's an order of magnitude of growth every year, which means actually that our BIR is strengthening their enforcement efforts. The taxes are increasing in each of these years, but the removals are also increasing in each of these years. Again, this is evidence that contradicts that the industry is dying. What it actually is showing is that the BIR is becoming more experienced. They're becoming more adept at catching these people. And a personal story, Mr. Chair, when we approached the BIR in 2022, when we were starting this discussion, we recommended that they implement a track and trace system. And sila na po mismo yung nagsabi na we're already starting to implement a track and trace system. So I think the data, the evidence is showing that good enforcement is possible. And on a last note, and this is a little bit more rhetorical, medyo na-dismaya po ako dun sa sinabi nung dayuhang speaker. Hindi dahil dayuhan siya, no? Pero may sinabi siya, sabi niya, I don't think that enforcement campaign will be successful in the Philippines. And I think that's very disappointing if we adopt that kind of policy stance. We're signaling that our government agencies and that our legislation is impotent in combating illicit trade. I don't put any hope. I don't think there's hope in the vape industry. Rather, I think there's hope in our leaders. I think there's hope in our regulators. I think there's hope in legislation to improve our enforcement on these issues. And we really do hope, Mr. Chair, that you will consider our proposals to strengthen the fight against illicit trade and protect the youth and public health in this policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Oplas first, and then si Mr. Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 3 points, Mr. Chair. First, yung sinabi ni Dr. Danson na katawa tayo Laffer curve. I think it's economic ignorance to say that, no? The Laffer curve was developed by Arthur Laffer sometime in 1980s, okay? The U.S. income tax at that time was about 50-60%, and Reagan wanted to cut it. And Arthur Laffer was, I think, the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, and said that if you do that, 50% is not optimizing revenues for the government. So that's why Reagan brought it down to 35%, and U.S. revenues have generally increased, no? So the Laffer curve is also an explanation why there is no income country in the world, even social economies, have 100% income tax. Because after some time, if you impose an income tax of 80% people will stop working. Okay? Ba't ka magtatrabaho? Kukunin na lahat ng gobyerno, papakainin ka lang naman, di ba? So, the Laffer curve, the main application Laffer curve is income tax. Secondary na lang application. So, it is ignorance, economic ignorance to si katawa-tawa. Point number 1. Point number 2, Dr. Limpin, I'm sorry that I triggered you, but I'm sorry. Sa akin ang galingan. But if you read carefully, I said unintentional, not intentional, okay? Unintentional. No. It's not the same. It's not the same. And third, I think that we are going to a society na yung maraming bawal. Lang lockdown, lockdown, dictatorship was at negative 9.5% contraction. It was the worst contraction in the whole of Asia. And it was the worst Philippine economic contraction since World War II. And a lot of the dictatorship and lockdown was triggered by medical tyranny. Okay? Bawal umalis ng walang mask, bawal walang vaccination card, bawal walang ang daming bawal. Sabi nga ng Eraserhead, ang daming bawal sa mundo, sinasaka nila tayo. Pati dito, bawal, maraming bawal. I think that in a free society, in an unfree society, everything is not allowed unless government tolerates it. No, in a free society, everything is allowed except for a few exceptional. No, bawal pumatay, bawal mag-rape. Kunti lang yung bawal. Ngayon dumadami yung bawal eh. So I think that kung kasi sabi ko nga kay Dr. dito kung ang issue dito karamihan hindi ways and means eh. Dapat hindi taxation ng argument ninyo. Zero dapat. Zero. You're not talking about whether tax rate is 30 pesos or 50 pesos. It should be zero smoking, zero vaping. Dapat ganun ang argument ninyo. And I think that the committee is not good. It's not for your concern. It should be a committee on health, not ways and means, because ways and means you're talking about money, billions, no? It's not about bawal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Principe? Right? Tama ba?
Sir, I would just like to comment on the effect of taxation for e-cigarettes. I think it would be unfair to put it in the same basket as cigarettes in terms of taxation for vapes. Simply because the barrier of entry would be is higher in vapes rather than cigarettes. Because if in the Philippines, a lot of the consumers for cigarettes based on tingi sila eh. So nakakabili sila ng di ko alam kung magkano na ang isang piraso ng stick ngayon. In comparison with vapes, wala po kaming tingi. Meaning you have to buy the whole system, which is an all-in-one system na kumbaga the barrier of entry is very, very high. At this point already, the barrier of entry is high. And if we make it ultra high for people, it's tantamount to saying that it's de facto banned. Na wag na kayong, kumbaga, hindi na sila makakagamit ng vape talaga. And another thing that I would like to comment on is the advertisement. Since the start of regulation, which is RA 11900, a lot of the legitimate, well, even before, as a core member of Philippine E-Cigarette Association, we do not promote vaping as something that is shown kanina sa mga sinasabi nila na ina-advertise namin. A lot of the content in the internet, especially in social media, are user-generated. So the people who are using it are, kumbaga, they find it cool and they post it on their social media, but that's not perpetuated or that's not sponsored by the vape companies. It's not like us telling them, uy, gawa ka ng video. It's not like that. At the start, siguro noon, when back in 2013, I would admit yes, because it was it was a small community back then na it's more of parang oh cool mag-vape ganyan. Pero nung dumating na sa point na there were companies that are responsible and there was PSIA, we took it upon ourselves na we don't promote to kids and we will never promote to kids. And a lot of the products that we are selling does not it the slides that were shown earlier does not even remotely look like what we are selling right now because we adhere to the standards of the DTI. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that. May I know from the DOF what's their official position on House Bill number 11360? Is there an official position?
Mr. Chair, we do not yet have an official position on House Bill 11360 in particular, although we did submit an official position paper on its precursor bills.
But officially, you support the unitary tax system.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I'll show a slide. No, this is again from FNRI, and this is the primary reason why we conducted this hearing, because when we were reviewing the data from FNRI here, no, this was shown during the last hearing, and if you see this is only for adolescents, so age 10 to 19. So if you see the ones for manufactured cigarettes, masaya tayo, bumababa siya. No, the smoking prevalence for among adolescents using manufactured cigarettes, bumababa siya. Pero if you look at the electronic cigarettes, tumaas siya, no, ng almost 40%. So if you do the simple math and no, just 1:1 analogy, on the next slide, the reduction on manufactured cigarettes is 20%. Obviously, they transferred to e-cigarettes, that's 32%. But there's still an 11% surplus, meaning, and I would treat this as new e-cigarette smokers. No, that's an equivalent of 120,000 adolescents bago na pumasok sa e-cigarettes. And this is only in a span of 2 years. No, it's already 2025 right now. So my point here, if we do not arrest this problem, we will see more adolescents, mas maraming bata pumapasok sa e-cigarettes, no? A majority of them are new smokers, no? And this is what I am worried about, no? That's why when we were reviewing this data, we see the need to address this issue by changing the consumption habits of the young, no? Hopefully, no more young will enter into this e-cigarettes. If sabi kanina ni Mr. Israel, some of them are in the transition or they want to quit, and the way to quit is using e-cigarettes. That's their own choice. But the adolescents, ito yung mga teenagers, age 13 all the way to 19. Some of them hindi pa marunong pumili, no? Mga bata to no? Hindi sila marunong pumili at pinipili nila yung hindi maganda para sa kanilang kalusugan, no? So this is why we called for this hearing, and we want to review the tax rates of e-cigarettes because we see this issue coming to fore. And at the same time, we demonstrated earlier that and thanks to Mr. Principe, it's very difficult to determine what is freebase, what is nicotine salt, no? Thank you for Mr. Principe for telling us na dapat gamitin mo para malaman yan, no? So and that leads to a very common sense effect, no? People will just import or declare freebase, diba? In guise of people will import freebase because it's cheaper, and then sell nicotine salt in reality. No, and that's a technical smuggling or a phenomenon that we are also seeing. Kasi it's very obvious. No, just go to the market and you can buy nicotine salt anytime. But well, in fact, in DTI's records, there's no entity that is permitted to sell nicotine salt in the country. Zero ang nag-apply. No? So they're taking advantage of that loophole in our taxation system. So having said that, we have a few recommendations that we want to share to the body. And I think the bottom line here, and I think everyone is in agreement, we might not agree on some of the comments of each other, but we all agree that illicit trade is a thriving business in our country, both in cigarettes and vaping, and enforcement is very weak in our country. Let's just admit it. Aminin na natin, it's very weak. So we have a few recommendations on the screen. And this is primarily to DTI. No? And time again, we are saying to enhance enforcement of regulations under the vape law. Number 2, implement the flavor ban under Republic Act number 11467 and the Department of Justice opinion number 8. I think we should already work as one government. I know it's an opinion, but it's an opinion that is in favor of a healthy populace. No, so with that in mind, let's implement that opinion. If somebody wants to challenge that, then let them challenge it. No? But in the eyes of the government, we want to protect the youth. Number 3, conduct market analysis to determine the extent of non-compliance to regulations. Earlier on, we asked the opinion of our friends from the industry. Maganda yun, meron tayong pulso. Pero wala tayong data. Wala tayong hard analysis. Wala tayong surveys. And this is what the DTI should also do under the law. No? So that you can recommend to us concrete policies that we can implement and also fund. No? Ang trabaho ng Senado, maglagay ng pondo. No, so we call upon the DTI to already conduct market analysis on vapor products. And then lastly, and I will file a resolution to make this effective, create an interagency task force against illicit trade on accessible products, particularly cigarettes and vape products. This is a recommendation from BIR. So we'll file a resolution to that effect. I think we need to sound the alarm bells right now. And the course of action is to create that interagency task force led by the DTI, because primarily the vape, we need to address the vape issue. But this interagency task force, I will propose to the Senate to come up with concrete funding. Sana multi-year funding so that we can create sustainability. But it's important to create this specialized task force to address this problem in illicit trade, both cigarettes and vape. No? We're already entering a very dangerous phase, and we need concrete actions. So with that, yes, Mr. Jetro.
With regard to the fourth recommendation, can we make it an interagency task force on the 3 sin products, sugar sweetened beverage, tobacco, and alcohol? That's just a recommendation on my part.
So we'll take note of
make
your
it more comprehensive.
Yeah, we'll take note of your recommendation. But the 4 hearings already that we conducted, it's obvious that government is not doing enough to address illicit trade, no? Both in cigarettes and vaping. But right now, because of the uptick in the youth, we're going to address through taxation the increase in vaping prevalence among the youth. Because we want to change the behavior of the youth in so far as vaping is concerned, especially that 120,000 new. Bago lang yun, ha? No? Ibig sabihin, ito siguro mga bata pa ito, eh, no? No, I want to stop that. Dapat wala ng mga adolescents pumapasok sa mga vaping activities. So with that, any last words? Yes, Dr. Dance?
Are there going to be recommendations on the rollback of tobacco tax? Kasi the Syntax Coalition recommends setting health targets and estimating optimal tax rates based on models that have been proven effective rather than just a random discussion of the Laffer curve. So we're hoping there will also be resolutions on the rollback of tobacco tax.
You know, Dr. Dance, I don't agree that Mr. Laffer will destroy the youth of this country. I don't agree. No? Mr. Laffer can present his models elsewhere but not in the Philippines. Kawawa naman yung mga kabataan natin.
I agree po. It's not a model.
No,
That's the main problem.
Like I said in the beginning, the committee report will focus on vapes. We will increase vape taxes and change it to a unitary system. Of course, there's an appeal to some of our colleagues on the rates. We will study that very carefully. And at the same time, we will make sure that enforcement, maybe outside of the legislation, but enforcement will be strengthened. We will propose additional funding for the enforcement agencies so that they can work properly together and work effectively together. So that's the direction.
Mr. Chair, there are provisions in 11360 on the rollback of tobacco tax, and that is a major concern for the healthcare professional organizations, because if this is subjected to a bicameral committee hearing, then that provision can be used to actually implement a rollbacks of tax.
Like I said in the beginning of the hearing, Dr. Dance, as long as I'm the chairman of this committee, I will not agree to include that cigarette provision in the BICAM report. If we don't agree, then so be it. So be it. Then we'll talk again during the 20th Congress.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
the
Chair.
ruling of the chair. Right. All right. Thank you very much for your time. We'll suspend the hearing for now. If we need to call for another hearing, we'll do so. At maraming salamat po sa inyong oras. Thank you.